Respected Professor P. Natson, Vice Chancellor, Subcommittee Member, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Professor P.C. Nagasubramani, Registrar in Charge, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Professor P. Ganesan, Controller of Examinations in Charge, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Mr. Mozammil Haq, Secretary, Dakshin Dinajpur B.Ed and D.Ed College, India, Dr. Pawan Kumar, Principal, Dakshin Dinajpur B.Ed and D.Ed College, distinguished guests, Officer Suresh Kumar Sharma Sir, Punjab University, India, Dr. Arijit Karati, National Sun Yat-sen University, Taiwan, Dr. Archana Patnaik, IIT Kharagpur, India, Dr. Nimita Abubekar, Kochi University of Science and Technology, Dr. Sudipto Das, Tokyo University of Foreign Studies, Japan, all the respected chairpersons, academicians, and researchers from across the globe. Welcome to the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research 2.0. I'm Dr. Shaumo Ghosh. Extend a cheerful and warm welcome to all of you in this international conference, jointly organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University and Dakshin Dinajpur D.Ed College. We are very fortunate to have you all in this virtual platform. Dr. Sohel Rana Sarkar, the co-convener, is facing a technical glitch, so I will just read out his message on his behalf. So today we are very honored to have with us esteemed Professor Suresh Kumar Sharma Sir from Punjab University, respected Professor Dr. Arijit Karati from National Sun Yat-sen University, Taiwan, respected Professor Nimita Abubekar from Kochi University of Science and Technology, and respected Professor Dr. Archana Patnaik from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, as the speakers of this conference. Definitely, we will be highly enriched by their valuable discussions. Now, I would like to offer my sincere thanks and respect to the Honorable Chief Patrons of the conference, Professor P. Natson, Vice Chancellor, Subcommittee Member, TNTU, and Mr. Mozammil Haq, Secretary of Dakshin Dinajpur D.Ed College. Patron of the program, Professor P.C. Nagasubramani Sir, Registrar in Charge of TNTU. Co-patron of the program, Professor P. Ganesan, Controller of Examinations in Charge, TNTU. Organizing Secretary, Professor P.C. Nagasubramani Sir. Co-convener, Mr. Akbar Rahman Sarkar, and coordinators, Dr. Sharmila, Assistant Professor of Department of Educational Technology, TNTU, and Dr. Ashish Datta for their immense support. Also, I would like to welcome all the respected chairpersons of our paper presentation sessions, Professor Manomendra Mukhopadhyay from Vishwabharati University, Dr. Faizanur Rahman from Jamia Millia Islamia University, Dr. Garima Gupta from University of Jammu, Dr. Anatullah Babu from University of Delhi, Dr. Siddhartha Mitro from Jadavpur University, Dr. K. Shoilo from Annamalai University, Dr. Muhammad Rahat Hassan from Aligarh Muslim University, Dr. Bharma Priyadarshini from North Bengal University, Dr. Baishali Majumdar from Kuch Bihar Panchanan Barma University, Dr. Lipsi John L. from Vishwabharati University, Dr. Gulam Rasul Bhatt from Pondicherry University, and Dr. Giresh Kumar T.K. from BHU for their gracious presence. Furthermore, I would like to welcome all the distinguished members of the organizing committee and advisory body for their immense and active supports. In the 21st century, complex problems require a comprehensive approach beyond traditional single discipline research. Multidisciplinary research brings together scholars from different fields, utilizing diverse theoretical perspectives to analyze and develop holistic solutions. So, this conference provides a platform for scholars to share their researches, discuss the importance of multidisciplinary approaches, and foster networking and collaboration across all the disciplines. I'm extremely delighted to say that we have received overwhelming responses from academicians and scholars all over the globe. So I sincerely hope that this conference would provide much food for thought to all concerned. Thank you. So today we stand at the intersection of diverse fields united by a common passion for advancing human understanding and solving the complex challenges that confront our world. It is within these intersections that we discover the untapped potential of innovation. The International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research is envisioned as a dynamic and inclusive platform where researchers, scholars, and experts from various fields converge to explore the synergistic potential of multidisciplinary research. To begin with, I invite Professor P.C. Nagasubramani, Professor and Head of Department of Pedagogical Sciences, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, for the presidential address.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, professors, teaching fraternity, and researchers from all around the place, good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to present here. Today, we gather through online platform for this prestigious one-day international multidisciplinary conference on research and development. This conference represents a powerful testament to the shared commitment of our global community to the pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and progress. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the organizers, coordinators, and participants who have made this event possible. It is in this quickly evolving world characterized by unprecedented challenges and opportunities, the importance of research and development cannot be overstated. Our collective mission to advance knowledge and drive innovation is not only the foundation upon which our societies are built, but it also holds the key to addressing the most pressing global challenges of our time. Throughout history, human progress has been propelled by the tireless efforts of researchers and innovators. From the development of life saving medical treatments to the creation of groundbreaking technologies, we owe much of our modern way of life to the dedication and ingenuity of those who have gone before us. And today, as we gather from diverse fields of expertise, we are reminded that the spirit of discovery and collaboration knows no boundaries. Our conference theme, International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research, organized by the Department of Pedagogical Sciences from Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and Dakshin Dinajpur B.Ed and D.Ed College, West Bengal, underscores the importance of multidisciplinary approaches to solving the complex problems facing our world. Indeed, many of the most significant breakthroughs occur at the intersection of different disciplines. As researchers, we must embrace collaboration, open dialogue, and the exchange of ideas across borders, cultures, and fields of study. It is through these interactions that we unlock new perspectives and unleash the full potential of our collective knowledge. In this regard, let us recognize that research and development are not only the domain of academic institutions and laboratories. They must also be a shared endeavor involving governments, industry, civil society, and the broader community. We must promote policies that foster an environment conducive to research, protect intellectual property, and ensure equitable access to the benefits of innovation. Moreover, it is, it is our moral imperative to ensure that the fruits of our labor serve the greater good. As researchers and developers, we must be conscious of the ethical implications of our work. We must strive for inclusivity, diversity, and sustainability in all that we do. Our innovations must be guided by the principles of responsible science and commitment to improving the well being of all people, regardless of their background or circumstances. The challenges we face are daunting. Our collective capacity to innovate, collaborate, and drive positive change in boundless. Together, we have the power to shape a future that is more equitable, sustainable, and prosperous for all. I encourage and wish each and every one of you to seize this unique opportunity to connect, exchange ideas, and forge collaborations that will propel us toward to a better tomorrow. Let this conference be a catalyst for innovation, a beacon of hope, and a testament to the enduring spirit of human curiosity and creativity. Thank you for your dedication to the pursuit of knowledge, and may this conference be a resounding success. I look forward to witnessing the transformative impact of your research and development efforts in the year to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We have just the privilege of listening to an insightful and inspiring presidential address. It's my honor to express our heartfelt appreciation to you, sir. Thank you once again. Now, I welcome Professor P. Ganeshan, Controller of Examination in charge, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, to deliver the inaugural address.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good morning, all of you. I am Dr. P. Ganesan, Professor of Tamil Pedagogy Department of Pedagogical Sciences and Controller of Examination of our Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University. I really appreciate all the in this given the peoples who are organizing the international level of multidisciplinary research. We are the people who will know that the research is on two aspects. One is the qualitative and another is the quantitative. Before the 5 years ago, we introducing the artificial intelligence, so seen our research on all other things. But now we are the persons we will learn and that it's reached to the 2.0. So the 2.0 is very useful to the each and every communication, not only communication in research also. So, first of all, I thank all the dignitaries of this great international conference and the organizers of this whole in a very good manner with assistance of our Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, the Department of Pedagogical Science also. I really appreciate. And then I am also very enthusiastic person for each and every teacher. Here, we given the different angle of the research. All the research comes to and the closer and we given to the development of the communications and the scientific oriented of the attitude in our research work. We will know the research and what we just we research. It is not only in the end we say research, but now we also be listen to the our satellite to the Chandrayaan to the moon. Its meaning is what? It is the development of our technology. All the research are also come to closer and given the find what we are to do. I really thanks to the our syndicate member of the VC, submit the subcommittee member Dr. Nadesan sir, and I thanks to our registrar and all other our colleagues are also participate here. Here the researcher or otherwise the resource persons are also given that our 2.0 how can it match to our youngest children. So it is a very really appreciate this committee organize the international level of the conference, and I wholeheartedly welcome and I wholeheartedly say it is a very important of in this academic. Just now also we pointed out in the 2.0 that the researcher also reached to that one. I closing and then I give something to you, sharing in later on this year resources. Thanks for all the persons who have given the opportunity to me in the felicitation address. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening talk on the significance of this multidisciplinary research conference 2.0. Your words have not only inspired us, but have also given us a clear sense of purpose as we embark on this journey together. So, dear dignitaries, distinguished guests, and fellow participants, it is now time to move on from the inaugural session to our first plenary session. Our first plenary speaker is Professor Suresh Kumar Sharma, sir. He is truly a luminary in the world of multidisciplinary research. Presently, he is a professor, Department of Statistics, Punjab University, Chandigarh, and ex-chairman, ex-coordinator of the Center for Systems Biology and Bioinformatics. He has more than 130 research papers in national and international journals of repute to his credit. And he has attended and delivered talks in more than 37 international conferences abroad and delivered more than 950 invited talks in India. He completed many projects. Mention can be made of public health and pollution control in Asia, PAPA project in collaboration with Health Effects Institute, HEI, Boston, US. Professionalization of youth work in collaboration with Commonwealth Secretariat, UK. National Health Profile of India in collaboration with PGI MER, Chandigarh and ICMR, New Delhi. Multicentric study to assess the exposure and health effects of pesticides in collaboration with PGIMER, Chandigarh and ICMR, New Delhi. Project on dental caries with Chandigarh administration. Role of biomarkers in detection of early pregnancy and complications, ICMR and Genetic Science Center, GNCH sector, Chandigarh. Working with WHO and ICMR on few other projects related to age-related macular degeneration, yoga-based clinical trial and safety, etc. And he conducted about 200 workshops on SPSS, Minitab, R. Stat Graphics, Statistica, Comprehensive Meta-Analysis, and Structural Equation Modeling. He received many awards, honors, and recognitions across the globe, some of which are Best Research Award 2003 by Medical Research Ames, New Delhi, Jacob Wolf's Awards by USA in 2003, S.G. Gore Award 2010, Best Paper in Environmental Health, Shiksha Ratan Award in 2011, Best Citizen of India Award in 2012, Advisory Board Member, London School of Management Education, LSME, London, and so on. Under his guidance, 12 students completed their PhDs and 4 are enrolled at present. 4 students completed their projects in the area of bioinformatics. 4 PGIMER doctors completed their MS degree ortho. 1 doctor has completed DM, guided 6 MPhil students. 3 bioinformatics students have completed their PhD thesis recently. He is also a member of many national and international committees. Today, the topic of his talk is SPSS, EFA, and CFA. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Suresh Kumar Sharma, sir, on this first virtual stage. The platform is yours, sir.
Good morning to all the participants, and thank you, Dr. Soma Ghosh, for introducing me. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Natesan, the Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University. Also, I would like to thank Professor P.C. Naga Subramani, Registrar in Charge and Convener of this Multidisciplinary Research Program. And also, I have privileged to listen to Professor P. Ganeshan, the Controller of Examination of the TNTE University. I would also like to thank Mr. Muzamal Haq, the Secretary of Dakshin Dinapur College, and of course, the co-conveners of the program, Dr. Sohil Rana and Dr. Akbar Rahman. And I would like to welcome all the participants once again to this program on multidisciplinary research, which is an international conference. In fact, it's an honor and privilege for me to be a part of this program. And Dr. Sohil Rana, he has listened to some of my talks earlier, and he insisted me to deliver the first talk on EFA and CFA using SPSS. So it's a very, very important topic, but since this is the first lecture, so I will try to cover certain basics before coming to the main topic, because some of you may not be from the discipline of statistics or mathematics, Some of you may be from other disciplines. So let me share the screen because we are already late by almost 20 minutes. So I will try to cover up the things as far as possible because time allotted to me is up to 12 o'clock. Is that right? The host, Dr. Soma Ghosh? The time is up to 12 o'clock for me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I'll try to finish by that time. So let me share the screen without wasting any further time so that I can cover most of the things. Just give me 1 minute. Can you see my screen? Is it visible or not?
It's not visible, sir.
It's not visible. Now it will be, hopefully. Share entire screen.
Yes, sir.
I have clicked on to share entire screen. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I think now it should be visible.
Yes, sir. It is.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
All right. Okay. Hopefully you can see this PPT.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
All right. So once again, welcome to the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research. Of course, the topic which has been given to me is slightly a heavy bulk, but I'll try to justify because right in the beginning, it is difficult to cover up the factor analysis and structure equation modeling in the first lecture particularly, but I'll try to cope up with certain additional things which some of you might be knowing and some of you will come to know. All right. So to do any kind of research, the very important aspect is about the nature and types of data. Unless or otherwise you are not familiar with the nature and types of data, no research is possible. So first of all, let me see the nature of the data. So there are two types of data. Either it is called a structured data or it is called unstructured data. Now, what do you mean by structured data? Structured data is the one where features can be easily extracted. For example, if I give you 100 observations related to height or weight, and I ask you to compute, say, minimum value, maximum value, mean, median, mode, skewness, kurtosis, percentile, deciles, all these things can be easily computed. So this kind of data where features can be easily extracted comes under what is called structured data. And most of the time, the structured data is in the numeric form, like height, weight, blood pressure, cholesterol, etc. But what happens sometimes the data may not be exactly in the numeric form. And sometimes you can convert your data into numeric form very easily. This kind of data is also counted under structured data. For example, gender. Now, gender is not numeric as such. It's label, simply male and female. But I can easily convert this to numeric by assigning certain codes, say male as 1, female as 2. So it becomes numeric. Similarly, religion. I can write Sikh as 1, Hindu as 2, Muslim as 3, Christian as 4, or you can write Muslim as 1, Sikh as 2. Doesn't make any difference. So earlier it was a label, now it is convertible into numeric form. So this kind of data, which is easily convertible into numeric form, is also counted under structured data. So what is basically the structured data? Either it is already in the numeric form or it's easily convertible into numeric form. This is what we mean by a structured data. Then there is unstructured data. Now everybody is using Facebook. You are putting your comments on the Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp. There is a lot of information, but that information is not easily convertible into numeric form. Of course, it contains information, but it is not easily convertible into numeric form. I'll give you a simple example. Everybody is using WhatsApp. There are thousands of messages, videos, pictures every day. Now, if at the end of the day, I ask you to convert this entire information into numeric form, I don't think it's easy for anyone. So this kind of data, which is not easily convertible into numeric form, comes under what is called unstructured data. It's easier to deal with structured data, very difficult to deal with unstructured data. And two of my students from bioinformatics and two from statistics, they have completed their PhDs only on unstructured data. If you give us any text without reading the text, maybe it could be 5, 4, 6 pages. Without reading the text, in 5 minutes, we can tell you what they are talking about. So we have derived certain methods, and people also talk about these days big data. Big data is nothing but a combination of structured and unstructured data, where some part may be numeric form, some may be of textual form. And if you combine both of them, this kind of data, if you're dealing with that kind of data, is called a big data. But as far as this multidisciplinary research is concerned, I'll not focus on unstructured data. That requires some more time and more rigorous techniques. And I don't think it is possible to cover for me in 1.5 hours. I'll focus only on structured data. Structured data means which is in the numeric form. And if you look at any kind of structured data, it is basically of two types. Either it is called categorical data or it's called measurement data. Now, what do you mean by categorical data? Let me give you examples of categorical data already given, like gender. Gender is just a category, male and female. I can write 1 and 2. Religion. So look at the examples of categorical data like hair color. Hair color could be brown, it could be red, it could be black. I didn't put a white there because people sometimes get depressed. And it's a morning time. So our entire body is made up of 4 types of nucleotides. They are known as ATGC. They are known as 4 bases that are present in our body in each and every cell. And I can write A as 1, T as 2, G as 3, C as 4. Similarly, eye color can be coded as 1, 2, 3, 4. Gender can be coded as 1 and 2. Disease, mild, moderate, severe, you can write 1, 2, 3. And genotypes, depending upon which one is dominant, which one is recessive, you can write 0, 1 and 2. So all this kind of data, which was in the form of labels, is easily convertible into numeric form, comes under what do you mean by categorical data. Hopefully the definition of the categorical data is clear to you. So let's move on to now measurement data. So second type of data comes under structured data is a measurement data. Measurement data means basically some kind of instrument is being involved in measuring something. For example, you can measure height, you can measure weight, you require some kind of instrument. But sometimes we do not require any instrument, but still it could be a measurable quantity. For example, to measure age, we don't require any instrument, but age could be measured in years. You can add even months, days, minutes, and seconds. So it becomes a measurable quantity. So the variables like cholesterol, height, weight, blood pressure, cholesterol, all these things, they are comes under what is called measurement data. Now, if you look at any kind of measurement data, it is basically of 2 types. Either it is called discrete measurement data or it is called continuous measurement data. And what do you mean by discrete measurement data? If certain isolated values are present in your data, then it is called a discrete measurement data. Just like say number of members in a family. Number of members in a family may be 5 members, 3 members, 7 members. But I cannot say number of members in a family is 3.6. It doesn't make any sense, right? So it has to be a complete integer. It is capable of taking only certain isolated values. Number of members in a family, number of students present in the class, say number of students absent in the class, right? And all these things which is going to take the complete integer, that type of data comes under what is called a discrete measurement data. And what is a continuous measurement data? Continuous means it is capable of taking all values in decimals also. For example, height can be measured in decimals, 157.5 centimeter. It could be 157.57 centimeter. You can add 3rd, 4th decimals depending upon the accuracy of your instrument, right? Time is also a measurement because you can have in hours, in minutes, of seconds. So whatever. So all right. So hopefully the distinguish between structured and unstructured data. And we are discussing here the structured data. Structured data is having 2 categories, either categorical data or the measurement data. Hopefully they are clear to you. Now we are coming to very important aspect of research methodology, because to carry out any type of research, you need to have some good idea on the measurement scales. So as far as scales are concerned, there are 4 important scales. 2 scales are associated with the categorical data and 2 scales are associated with the measurement data. What are the 2 scales for categorical data? They are known as nominal and ordinal. And the 2 other scales for measurement data are interval and ratio. And people sometimes get confused between these scales. So I'll try to clarify with the help of examples, because if you are using in statistics, particularly if you are using factor analysis, cluster analysis, discriminant analysis, or you are applying t-test or the analysis of variance or ANCOVA analysis of covariance, etc. technique, then you should know your data is on which kind of scale. And many of the softwares like R, SPSS, they will ask you, your data is on which kind of scale. So let me give you some idea about these scales with the help of examples so that I can clarify. So there are two scales. Remember, there are two scales for categorical data, nominal and ordinal. Let me specify the difference between the two. What do you mean by nominal scale? Nominal scale means you cannot order them. You cannot order them means if my category is, let's say, gender. So I cannot say that male will be taken as one or female will be taken as one. You can take any one of them. So bottom line is all the categories are given equal weightage. Let me just repeat. If all the categories are given equal weightage, then we say that our data belongs to the nominal scale. You cannot order them that this will come first or this will come later. Just like gender. I can write male as one, female as two, or you can write female as one, male as two, doesn't make any difference. Similarly, religion. Everybody is human being. All the categories are given equal weightage. I can write Muslim as one, Hindu as two, Sikh as three, Christian as four, or you can write Christian as one, Hindu as two, Muslim as three, and any other category as four. Doesn't matter. So bottom line is if all the categories are given equal weightage, then we say that our data belongs to the nominal scale. Then there is ordinal scale. The difference between nominal and ordinal is in case of ordinal scale, as the name suggests, you can order the categories from the lowest to the highest. For example, socioeconomic class. I can write lower class as one, middle class as two, upper class as three. So one means the lower income group and three means the higher income group. Similarly, education categories, primary school, middle school, high school, graduate, postgraduate. All these categories can be arranged in order. That is the only difference between nominal and ordinal, right? In case of nominal, ordering is not possible. In case of ordinal, you can order them in either in ascending or descending order of magnitude. Although both of them, they belong to the categorical data. Now, this is all about the categorical data. One more important point about the nominal and ordinal scale. Sometimes the mathematical operations may not be valid in nominal and ordinal scale. For example, if I'm writing male as one, female as two, and subtract 2 minus 1, it doesn't have any meaning at all. So the numerical distance you cannot compute. Similarly, in ordinal scale, if I'm writing lower class as 1, middle class as 2, upper class as 3, and I ask you to, what is the interpretation of 3 minus 1 or 3 minus 2? It doesn't have any interpretation at all. So you have to be very careful while dealing with the nominal and ordinal type of scale. All right, that's all about the categorical data. Now we move on to the measurement data. Measurement data is also in terms of two different scales. One of the scale is called interval scale. Another is called the ratio scale. Now, what do you mean by interval scale? In interval scale, sometimes the mathematical operations may not be valid. There are many types of data where mathematical operations are not valid. For example, let's say you look at the, say, intelligence. Let's say one student has scored, say, 90 marks in a test. Another student has scored 30 marks in a test. Divide 90 by 30. Your answer is 3. But I cannot make a statement that the student whose score is 90 is exactly 3 times the intelligent than the student whose score is 30. You cannot make such type of statements. He may be intelligent in sports or in some other category, right? Similarly, let's say some beauty contest is going on and there are judges, say, giving score out of 10. Let's say first person gets a score of 8 out of 10. Second one gets a score of 4 out of 10. Let me just repeat. First participant gets a score of 8 out of 10. Second one gets a score of 4 out of 10. If I divide 8 by 4, your answer is 2. But I cannot make a statement that the person whose score is 8 is exactly twice the beautiful than the person whose score is 4. You cannot make such type of statements. So in interval scale, sometimes the mathematical operations are not valid. And moreover, in interval scale, 0 does not mean the absence of character. For example, if I say somebody has scored 0 in a test, it doesn't mean the person is not intelligent at all. Maybe on a particular day, his or her performance is not up to the mark. Next time, he or she can score better. Now, if I say temperature 0, do you think the temperature is absent? No, it is still better than -5. So 0 has a meaning in interval scale. Remember, so 0 does not mean the absence of character. That's why in interval scale, 0 is considered to be an arbitrary 0. It's not a true 0. True 0 means basically quantity does not exist. And if it is 0 in interval scale, that means quantity still exists, right? So that's the important of zero in interval scale. That means if you come across certain variable, if zero has a meaning for your variable, your data will go to the interval scale. If zero doesn't have any meaning, it will go to the ratio scale. There are problems with each and every scale. To overcome all such difficulties, there is a highest rating scale, and that is called the ratio scale. In ratio scale, all mathematical operations are valid. Let's say one person is having weight 90 kg, another person is having weight 45 kg. Divide 90 by 45, your answer is 2. But I can always make a statement that the person whose weight is 90 kg is double the weight of the person whose weight is 45 kg. So you can divide, you can multiply. But remember, in ratio scale, 0 means true zero. That means the quantity does not exist. For example, if I say height 0, that means height doesn't exist. If I say age 0, it doesn't exist. If I say weight 0, it doesn't exist. If you are still confused between interval and ratio scale, look at 0. If 0 has a meaning for your variable, your data will go to the interval scale. If 0 doesn't have any meaning for you, your data will go to the ratio scale. Hopefully, I have clarified all the 4 scales, 2 scales for categorical data, nominal and ordinal, and 2 other scales for measurement data, interval and ratio, right? So with this background, because some of you may not be from the background of statistics or mathematics, so I was thinking that how to start with, so that you should be familiar with the nature and types of data first of all, and then we can move on. All right. Another important problem in statistics is to check the normality of the data. Now, there are 3 graphical procedures to check the normality of the data, because many of the techniques, they require whether your data is normal or not. You must have come across, as a researchers, applying t-test or f-test or some chi-square test, right? So you need to check the normality of the data for many of the tests like f-test or t-test or z-test. So how to check the normality of the data? There are 3 graphical procedures. One is called histogram. You can look at the shape of the histogram. For example, if the shape of the histogram is almost symmetrical, then you can say that data is from a normal distribution. Another is a box and whisker plot. I'll show you all the pictures. And box and whisker plot will also give you some idea about the normality of the data. If median is there in the center, then we say that our data is coming from a normal distribution. Another very important plot is called a normal quantile plot. That is sometimes also called QQ plot or normal quantile plot. So that also give you the idea about the normality of the data. So these are the 3 graphical procedures. And sometimes the other procedures, there are exact tests to check the normality of the data. One of the tests is called KS test, which is called Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. Another is called Spiro-Wilk test. These are non-parametric tests, and they can also check the normality of the data. Now, graphically, how we can check the normality of the data, just to give you some idea. For example, this is, everybody knows this is a normal curve. Normal curve is that curve which is, if you drop a line from the center, then the area on the left and right, they are same. And this is the histogram which you have plotted for your observations. Your observations, they were lying between, age data was there. Your observation was lying between, age range was from 18 to 63. The minimum person was of age 18 and the highest was 63. So if you look at the histogram, and if you drop a line from the highest bar, you can see only 3 bars on the left hand side, but 8 or 9 bars on the right hand side. If your data would have been normal, all these bars, they should have been within this curve. If they are, then we say that our data is coming from a normal distribution. But here you can easily see with the help of histogram that your data is not coming from a normal distribution, because if they would have been, all the bars, they should have been within this curve, but they are outside the curve. If they are outside the curve, that means data is not coming from a normal distribution. But look at this one. So if you drop a curve, it curve will almost cover most of these bars, right? So that means you can approximately think of the data may be coming from a normal distribution. Another way to look at, drop a line from the highest bar. If the bars on the left hand side are all approximately same as on the right hand side, then we say that data is coming from a normal distribution. So with the help of histogram, you will come to know roughly whether your data is coming from a normal distribution or not. Another important plot is to check the normality of the data is called box plot. So this is a box and whisker plot. How do we draw the box plot? The lower end, there is a box in the center, the lower end of this box is always placed against Q1. Q1 stands for the first quartile. That means first quartile means what? Quartiles divide the data into 4 equal parts. Everybody knows quartiles. The median divides the data into 2 equal parts. Quartiles divide the data into 4 equal parts. To divide the data into 4 equal parts, you need 3 cutoffs. The first cutoff is called Q1. The third cutoff is called Q3. The second is called Q1. So basically, for any data, we compute Q1, we compute Q3, and between Q1 and Q3, we draw this box, which is called box. And then we drop a line which is joining to the lowest value present in the data from the middlemost lower side of this box, and from the uppermost middle portion of the box to the highest value present in the data. These two represents whisker. So the highest and lowest value present in the data. And this line is basically the median line. So basically, if median is there in the center, then we say that data is coming from a basically normal distribution. But do you think the median is there in the center? It is not in the center of the box. That means data is not coming from a normal distribution. So we have the histogram for the same data between age to 63 years of age people, and the box plot for the same data. So box plot and this histogram, they are giving you the same information, that the data is not coming from a normal distribution. And this is another important graph. It's also for the same data 18 to 63 years of age. And if your data would have been normal, all your dots, this is basically line, the dark line is for the normal quantile plot. And these are the quantiles of your data. These circles are quantile of your data. If your data would have been normal, all the circles, they should have been on this line. But you can see there are deviations here, there are deviations here. So that means data is not coming from a normal distribution. So this histogram, box plot, quantile plot, or the normal QQ plot will give you the same thing. The data is not coming from a normal distribution. But the important point in box plot is to see that it can identify outliers. If there is any observation which is away, it can identify. For example, very, very important influential observation it can give you, or important information it can give you. For example, let's say I'm dealing with age data. My age data range is from 18 to 63. Let's say there will be somebody whose age is 47. Now somebody was entering the data in Excel, and by mistake, he or she has entered 147. 147. It can happen. It's a human error. Now, no other graph will depict. But if you look at the box plot, so I have just changed one observation from 47 to 147. And now you can see how the graph has changed. This was the actual graph. Now with 147, it says there is an outlier present at 147. And the observation number was 12. So it will give you the observation number also. That observation number 12 is wrongly written. So it will give you some kind of warning that before applying your test, you must check outlier detection. Is there any outlier present in your data? So box plot can identify your outliers. Very important procedure. But box plot can identify outliers for a single variable. But sometimes we have to come across multiple variables, 10 variables, 20 variables, 30 variables. So how to identify outliers in that kind of variable? We use another measure that is called Mahalanobis distance. So if you compute the Mahalanobis distance, it is given in SPSS, it is available in R, it is available in Python. So everywhere it is available. If you look at, you compute the Mahalanobis distance, if there is any observation which is away, so it will tell you that this observation is away, because it is difficult to draw box plot for each and every variable. So if there are 50, 60 variables, must go for Mahalanobis distance, compute Mahalanobis distance, and it will give you the picture that there is some outlier or not. All right. Now, there are certain basic techniques which we already know about descriptive statistics. Descriptive statistics means you are trying to describe your features of your observations based on mean, median, mode, skewness, kurtosis, etc. Right? And there are many probability distributions which are useful to solve number of problems, like binomial distribution. If your experiment results into two types of outcomes, either success or failure, you can use binomial distribution. But if your experiment results into random kind of experiments, like number of accidents, number of insect bites, then you can go for solving problems with the help of Poisson distribution. Normal distribution is most oftenly used distribution. It can solve number of problems relating to anthropometric parameters, height, weight, BMI. You can develop many kind of relationship provided it is normal distribution. Then there are many other types of correlations which we have studied, like Karl-Pearson's correlation coefficient, Spearman's rank correlation coefficient, gamma, partial, etc. They're all helpful basic statistical techniques. But I'll not discuss all these techniques because I have been given task to go for the factor analysis and some idea about structure equation modeling. Although I generally conduct 3-4 days workshop on SPSS, where I cover all these techniques which I have mentioned on this PPT, and also on using structure equation modeling requires at least 2 days of workshop on structure equation modeling. But it is not possible to cover in 1.5 hour lecture. But anyhow, at least some idea you will get. So in statistics, there are two types of tests we deal with. If our data satisfies certain set of assumptions, particularly the assumption of normality. If your data satisfies the assumption of normality, then we go for parametric test. Parametric tests are t-test, f-test, z-test. They are proportion test. They are all coming under parametric test. But if your data is not coming from a normal distribution, right, then we go for the non-parametric test. Non-parametric test include your sign test, with Mann-Whitney test, Wilcoxon sign rank test, and Friedman test, Krusikal-Wallis test. So there are many tests, non-parametric test, right? Then we use many of the prediction models also in solving problems like linear regression, multiple regression, logistic regression, multinomial logistic, curve estimation, Poisson regression, etc. So these are all prediction models. We use them from time to time wherever there is requirement. And t-test is used to compare two groups, but sometimes we need to comparison of 3 groups or more groups. Then we use ANOVA, that is called analysis of variance. So there are 2 types of ANOVA: one-way analysis of variance, two-way analysis of variance. Then there is repeated ANOVA. Repeated ANOVA means one-way ANOVA means if your outcome depends only on one factor, then we say that it is one-way ANOVA. If your outcome depends upon 2 factors, for example, say yield of a crop may depend upon 2 factors: type of seed used and type of fertilizer used. If this is the case, then we use two-way ANOVA. Repeated ANOVA is to be used whenever we are looking at increments from time to time, but it's the same set of observations. For example, let's say if I'm looking at blood pressure, so when the patient comes to a doctor, let's say 15 patients comes, then initially he note down the blood pressure, then give them some kind of medicine and call them after 1 month. But patients are same. So there is one reading before giving the treatment, that is called baseline. Then after 1 month after giving the treatment, then say 3 months after giving the treatment, 6 months after giving the treatment. So there are repeated measurements. If you deal with such kind of experiments, then they are covered with the help of repeated ANOVA. So these are the techniques if your data satisfy the assumption of normality. Already clear about normality. But sometimes our data does not satisfy the assumption of normality. Then the parallel tests are there: sign test, Mann-Whitney test. Then there is Krusikal-Wallis one-way ANOVA and Friedman two-way ANOVA. So there are parallel tests in non-parametric. So idea has to be very clear. If your data satisfy the assumption of normality, apply parametric test. If they are not satisfied, apply non-parametric test. Okay, there are many types of correlations which we generally compute, like Karl-Pearson's correlation coefficient, Spearman's rank correlation coefficient, multiple correlation coefficient, partial correlation coefficient, then eta coefficients, non-linear type of correlation. I'll not go into details of this because I'll come to the main topic now. And these are certain multivariate techniques like cluster analysis, factor analysis, structure equation modeling, principal component analysis, discriminant analysis, analysis of covariance, multivariate analysis of variance, multivariate analysis of covariance. They are known as ANCOVA, MANOVA, and MANCOVA. But as far as today's topic is concerned, I will focus on 2 important techniques which are listed against my talk, and they are factor analysis and structure equation modeling. That's why I have colored them in blue. Now I'll come to my main topic and try to cover up the factor analysis within half an hour, and rest of the half an hour I'll spend on structure equation modeling. All right. Okay, what is factor analysis? Factor analysis is a very, very important technique. Sometimes we design a questionnaire. Particularly, most of the research these days is in terms of questionnaire. Management people, education people, people from psychology, people from medical sciences even, they develop some kind of questionnaire. And you develop a questionnaire, there are questions related to the problems which you are taking up. For example, it could be health related issues, it could be consumer related issues, or it could be medical related issues. So there may be, you will try to include all the questions which are related to your study. Generally, this is what we do. Now, let's say I design a questionnaire in which there are many dimensions. And many dimensions, because questionnaire designing is based on certain knowledge, certain literature idea, or maybe your perception. We try to include maximum number of questions so that it can cover up your entire study in which you are interested. Now, let's say in all and all, I have 100 questions, right? Now, do you think whatever you have thought of, these 100 questions you have made a questionnaire, do you think all the 100 will be important? May not be. So how to identify the importance of questions? That is the job of factor analysis. That is the job of factor analysis. So factor analysis reduce all these variables to some manageable form and give you some idea that these are the important factors. These are the important variables which you have to focus on. Others may not be. So you can leave them, right? So I'll try to discuss about factor analysis with the help of example and give you a practical demonstration how to carry out the factor analysis. So those who are researchers, they can very well understand, so that theoretical aspects as well as the practical. All right. So factor analysis is basically a data reduction technique. There is no concept of dependent and independent variables in factor analysis. Let me just repeat. Just like in regression analysis, we have dependent variable, we have independent variables. So in factor analysis, there is no concept of dependent and independent variables. All the variables are taken together because it is based on interdependent relationship between the variables. And important point, if you are carrying a pen or pencil, please write down factor analysis technique is applicable when the variables are correlated among themselves. If there is no correlation among variables, there is no idea of applying factor analysis. As simple as this, because it is based on interrelationship between the variables. The entire set of variables have to be interrelated, right? Now, factor analysis is used in the following circumstances: to identify few dimensions or factors. Dimensions are also called factors, which can explain the correlation among the set of variables. So it will basically reduce your dimensionality. I'll give you one example so that you will come to know how the factor analysis technique is applicable. So let me take up one example, and that will clarify you what is the meaning of factor analysis. So I'll take up the mall example. Generally people used in for the management studies. Now, owner of the mall is hiring a team of management people and asking them how I can improve upon the facilities available in my mall. Now, this team of researchers, they design a questionnaire, and there are many dimensions. One of the dimension is cleanliness. So they include 15 questions related to only cleanliness. Cleanliness of ramps, lifts, floors, toilets. So all these questions, they are having 15 questions related to cleanliness, right? Hopefully you can understand what I'm trying to say. V1, V2, V15. So 15 variables are related to cleanliness. Then whenever we go to a big mall, there are entertainment, English movies are going on, Hindi movies are going on, some other language movies are going on, and people like to see the movies, right? So there are 20 variables which are related to the entertainment. Then if you're going to a mall, you are definitely looking for a parking space, because there are big malls in Delhi, in Chennai, in Calcutta, wherever you go. And if they don't have the parking space, you will not like to go there, right? So parking space facilities are available. Then what is the charges of there? For example, hourly charges. Then there are 2 hourly charges, full day charges, and so on. So there are 15 questions which are related to the parking space. And people go to the mall to entertainment of their children also. There are digital games, there are computerized games, there are other physical games, and there are whether there are games for children or not. People don't like to go to the malls which don't have games for children sometimes. So let's say 25 variables are related to the games for children. And obviously, if you're going to a big mall, there are different brands, right? Important brands are available. So let's say 25 variables related to the different brands. And then food court, people are having Sagar Ratna, people are having McDonald's, people are having Donut, and maybe Punjabi Dhaba also. So there are many food courts, and people like to eat whenever they go to the mall. So 20 variables are related to the food court. So in all and all, the team of researchers has designed a questionnaire. In all and all, if you add all the questionnaires, how many questions are there? Total variables are 120. Now here is an important question, which is written in the bracket. Do you think all the 120 questions will be important? Hopefully you will answer no, because all of them may not be important. Then how to identify which variables are more important, which variables are less important? Here we use the technique which is called factor analysis. So hopefully I have given you clear idea. Those who don't understand even statistics, they will get some idea where to use factor analysis. So it's a dimension reduction technique. Now, next question is, how do we reduce the dimensionality? Let's say if I come out that out of these 120 questions, I suggest the honor of them all that only 25 or 24 questions are important, and you have to focus on that. Maybe 2 or 3 are related to cleanliness, 3 or 4 are related to entertainment, 1 or 2 are related to parking space. He will be happy, you will also be happy that you have given some suggestions. But if I ask them that you improve upon all of this, he may not be happy, right? So how to reduce the dimensionality to some manageable form is the task of factor analysis. So factor analysis reduces them to some manageable number of factors. Factors are nothing but linear combination of variables. Factors are nothing but linear combination of variables. Sometimes these linear combinations are either called factors or sometimes they are called components. So components or factors, one and the same thing. All right. And sometimes people also call them latent variables. So I will be using the term latent construct in my later part in structure equation modeling. So I'll tell you what do you mean by actually the latent construct or latent variable. All right. Now first try to understand what do you mean by linear combination. Suppose I have 3 variables, variable v1, v2, v3. So how to denote this linear combination? a1, v1 plus a2, v2 plus a3, v3. Where a1, a2, a3, they are just constants. They are just some constants, and these constants are determined by using a technique which is called the maximum likelihood technique. We apply the maximum likelihood technique from the given data, and these will be known to you. Let's say a1 is 0.2, a2 is 0.8, and this is 0.1. They will lie generally between 0 and 1, right? So obviously the weight of v2 variable is more, 0.8. So I'll say that out of this v1, v2 and v3, the v2 variable is most important. So I will try to retain this. So this is how we look at the linear combination. So what is this factor analysis technique? I'll give you some theoretical background and then come to the practical application. So it looks into the linear combination of 120 variables, which can explain the maximum variation present in the data. Let me just repeat. It looks into it tries to find out certain variables which are there in the list of 120, which explains the maximum variation present in the data. Let's say it looks into the first linear combination, which can explain the maximum variation present in the data. Let's say call this as F1. So let's say F1, some variable may come from cleanliness, some variable may come from entertainment, some may come from other side. Let's say in all and all, in the first linear combination, which I call as F1, which is the linear combination of 10 variables, it could be A1 V5 plus A2 V6 plus A2 V17 and so on. So it looks into the first linear combination of all the 120 variables, which can explain the maximum variation present in the data. We call this linear combination as F1, right? Suppose this explains 40% of the variation present in the data. Now, this, and suppose in the first factor, there are 10 variables. There are 10 variables which explain 40% of the variation present in the data. Now, 10 variables have been taken care of. I don't know from where they are coming, but they are coming from 120. Now you subtract this 10 variables, you will be left with 120 minus 10. You are left with 110 variables. Now, next time it is an iterative process. Next time it looks into the linear combination of 110 variables, which can explain the next maximum variation present in the data. Another linear combination. So let's say this time 8 variables have come out, and this explains say 35 variation present in the data, and we call this linear combination as F2. So F1 explain, which is containing 10 variables, 40% of the variation present in the data. F2, which is another linear combination, which does not include the variable which have come under F1. So F1 and F2, they are basically independent. They are not dependent, they are independent. Because those variables which have appeared in F1, now they are not appearing in F2. You understand what I'm saying? So this explains, say, 35% of the variation. So F1 and F2 together explain 40 plus 35%, 75% of the variation present in the data. Then now you remove all this, 8 in the second factor, 10 in the first, so 18. So out of the 120 minus 18, you are left with 102. It looks into another linear combination of 102, which explains the third maximum variation present in the data. We call this as F3. Suppose this time 7 variables have come out, and this explains 15% of the variation present in the data. Now these 3 factors, one is F1, another is F2, third one is F3. They explain, first one explaining 40%, second one explaining 35%, third one explaining 15%. So these 3 factors, they explain you 90% of the variation present in the entire data set, right? And how many variables we have extracted? 10 in the first, 8 in the second, 7 in the third. So total is 25. So 25 variables, they are explaining 90% of the variation present in the data. What does this mean? That means the rest of the 120 minus 25, you are left with the 95. 95 variables, they are explaining just 10% of the variation present in the data. Then why to focus on these 95? You must focus only on these 25 variables, which is going to explain you 90% of the variation present in the data. Hopefully you understand. Now again, we can look for the similar kind of linear combination. Question is where to stop. Where to stop? Now here is an important point which I am giving you the tips. For each factor, there is, in mathematics, there is called eigenvalue. For second F2, there will be eigenvalue. For third F3, there will be eigenvalue. And if you are extracting fourth one, there will be eigenvalue. Only those factors are important whose eigenvalues are more than 1. It is given by the data. If F1 has an eigenvalue of 2.3, so it is important. If F2 has an eigenvalue of, say, 1.9, it is important because it is more than 1. If F3 is having eigenvalue 1.2, it is still greater than 1, so it will be important. Let's say F4 is having eigenvalue 0.90. So now it has become less than 1. I'll not include, I'll stop my process at F1, F2, and F3. This is how we look at the eigenvalues, and it is given by a technique which is called principal component analysis. Principal components analysis deal with the linear combination of variables. You will not have to remember all this, what I'm saying. I'll give you a practical demo and show you how to do factor analysis, right? So technique I have discussed. Now, this is what do you mean by factors. Put I is equal to 1. You will get certain weights for each variable, and those variables will be important where the weight is high. So you will extract the F1 factor. Similarly, you will extract the F2 factor. Similarly, you will extract F3 factor, right? Now, it is possible to select weight or factors, score coefficients, so that the first factor explains, as I mentioned, the largest portion of the total variation. The second factor explains the next largest. Third factor explains the third largest, and so on. Right? Now, whether your data is applicable for factor analysis, there are 2 important tests. What are these tests? First test is called Bartlett test of specificity. We first of all look at what I'm explaining you is EFA. EFA stands for explanatory factor analysis. There are two types of factor analysis. One is called EFA, another is called CFA. CFA is called confirmatory factor analysis. EFA is called explanatory factor analysis. What I'm doing at present is called EFA. I will do it later on CFA, right? Okay. Now, Bartlett's test of specificity, as I mentioned, that factor analysis technique is applicable only when variables are correlated. So it is just testing whether your variables are correlated or not. If there is no correlation among the variables, so this will come out to be non-significant. So remember, whenever we get the value of the Bartlett test of specificity, it will give you a p-value, it will give you certain value of chi-square. It must be significant. If your value of Bartlett test is significant, significant means p must be less than 0.05. P must be less than, p-value must be less than 0.05. So Bartlett test must be having a significant value. That's the first test. Second test is called KMO test, because KMO test is basically the test of sampling adequacy, whether your sample size is adequate to perform factor analysis or not. And its value, KMO test value, must lie between 0.5 to 1. Let's say you compute the KMO, your KMO value, Kaizen, this is called Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin test. This must be between 0.5 to 1. I mean half to 1. Suppose its value is coming out to be 0.3. Please do not apply factor analysis to your data. So these are the two important tests which can validate whether your data is applicable for factor analysis. Can you reduce the dimensionality of your variables or not? All right. So very important test. And as I mentioned, some terms will appear. One of the terms will appear will be called commonality. Commonality is nothing but the amount of variation one variable shares with the rest of the variables. For example, there are 10 variables. It will give you commonality of each and every one. Suppose between the commonality lie between 0 and 1. Suppose commonality of the first variable v1 is 0.72. Commonality of the second is 0.62. So what does this mean? If there are 10 variables, that means this variable number 1, which is having commonality 0.72. So this means that this variable number 1 shares 72% of the variation with rest of the 9 variables. This is what do you mean by commonality. Similarly, eigenvalue I have already explained. Only those factors we need to extract whose eigenvalues are more than 1, and it will be given by the data. Then factor loading. Factor loadings are nothing but the simple correlation between factors and the variables. Factor loading plot, I'll show you. It will give you a factor loading plot where one dimension will be plotted against another dimension, or factor 1 will be plotted against factor 2. Then factor matrix you will also get. This is nothing but the matrix above the loading matrix. Basically, factor contains the factor loadings of all the variables of the factor extracted. Factor loading means these weights, the A1, A2, A3. Okay. Then factor scores can be easily computed. For example, if I know A1, if I know A2, if I know A3, I give value to V1, V2, V3, I can easily compute F1. So they are known as factor scores. Percentage of variation will be explained by the each factor. That first factor explain 45%, second factor explain 35%, third factor explain the 15%, and so on. Residuals are nothing but your observed correlations between the variables and the correlations given by the model. So difference between the two is called residuals. So residuals have to be small. Scree plot. Scree plot is a very important plot, and it will give you a clear picture of how many factors to be extracted. So it's a plot of factors on x-axis and eigenvalues on y-axis. Factors on x-axis and eigenvalues on y-axis. So then you will also get the correlation matrix, because I mentioned that you apply factor analysis if the variables are correlated among themselves. So we will be applying principal component analysis, and I will show you the results of principal component analysis. Principal component analysis will extract the first linear combination, then the second linear combination, but it will be uncorrelated with the first one, then the third linear combination, but it will be uncorrelated with the first as well as second. That is the task of the principal component. Okay, so these things are not so important. So I'll come up to now. This is a scree plot. It will look like this. So here you have factor of the component numbers, and here you have eigenvalues. So only those factors will be important. For example, here this factor and this factor, they are important because their eigenvalue is more than one. These four are not important, right? So all right, we look for certain things like commonality. If variables having low commonality, they should be removed right away from the list of factor analysis. Let's say one variables, generally the commonality has to be more than 0.5. That means it should share at least 50% of the variation with the rest of the variables. But suppose it shares only 15% or only 10%, you can straight away remove that particular variable from factor analysis. Then factor loading, cross loading, Cronbach alpha, all these concepts I will discuss now. So let me give you the practical demo how to carry out factor analysis. So this is all theoretical aspects. So go through now the factor analysis. So hope my screen is visible. Yes, please. Anybody is there? Dr. Soma Ghosh or
Yes, sir.
Dr. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
screen is visible, right? So
Yes,
okay,
sir.
I'll open up one file and show you how to do the practically the factor analysis. Just give me 1 minute. Because time is short and I'll try to cover up in 2-3 minutes the factor analysis, then move on to structure equation modeling. All right. Let me take up one file. I'm presuming that all of you know how to enter the data in SPSS. And if you don't know how to enter the data in SPSS, how to understand the basics of SPSS, you can go through my YouTube video. You just write down statistical techniques using SPSS by Suresh K. Sharma. Statistical techniques using on any browser, you can write down statistical techniques using SPSS by Suresh K. Sharma, and you will get a video of 1.5 hours in which all the how to enter the data in SPSS, how to label them, how to categorize them, how to make files, and how to do preliminary analysis like frequency tables, how to make descriptive statistics, how to do descriptive statistics, correlation, regression, all are discussed there. So you can go through, because I don't have much of the time to go through all this. But anyhow, I'll tell you how to do factor analysis. Is the screen visible now? Yes, please.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
It is visible. So this is the data set I'm looking into. And let me look at the nature of the variables. So here is the nature of the variables. Whenever people go to market to buy toothpaste, they look for so many things. So first variable is concerned with important to buy toothpaste that prevent cavities. Many people are concerned with that they want to buy death paste. There are many brands are available like Colgate, Dant Kranti, or Forhans, or Pepsodent. So people have their own taste and liking for toothpaste. So people go to market to buy toothpaste. So they want to buy that push that prevent cavities. That is the first variable. So responses are captured on a scale of 1 to 7, semantic scale. And if person like, yes, this is the most important for me, he will give this as 7. He says, no, I just need a shining teeth. I don't care about preventing cavities. So he'll give this as 1. So that is variable number 1. Similarly, I like toothpaste that gives shining teeth, right? That's variable number 2. Then a toothpaste should strengthen gums, V3, variable number 3. I prefer toothpaste that should freshen breath. So I should not get bad breath. Tooth decay benefit offered by the toothpaste. It should not decay in the long run. Buying a toothpaste for attractive teeth. That's another variable. So all these variables are measured on 1 to 7 point scale, and the data is being captured here. So this is 1 to 7 point scale. For example, for the first customer, the preventing cavities is the most important part. But look at customer number 5. He says, no, I don't like this. He may be liking something else, right? So this is how the data is. Hopefully you can understand it's on a 7 point scale. The question is how I can apply factor analysis to this data, right? So let's do the factor analysis. Go to analysis, go to data reduction, because factor analysis is a data reduction technique. Go to factor, and in factor, you have to take, because there is no concept of dependent and independent variables in factor analysis. So you can simply take control A, will mark all of them, take them to the right hand side. And what you need to click, please remember, those who want to learn factor analysis, go to descriptives now, first of all. and click on to univariate descriptives. I mean, you will get mean SD for all this. Then coefficients, correlation coefficients, significance of correlation coefficients. Determinant is not important. Reproduced means the difference between the observed correlation and the correlations predicted by the model. This will give you the residuals. Then KMO and Bartlett, the most important is this. So as I mentioned, KMO value must be between 0.5 to 1, and Bartlett test value, p value must be significant. So these are the two important tests. So here this is what you need to click in SPSS. Continue. Then extraction, as I mentioned, the extraction principal components. There are other extractions like unweighted least square, generalized least square maximum. For example, principal axis factorization. This is used for CFA, not for EFA. So we will be using principal component for explanatory factor analysis. Then come up to scree plot. Then based on the eigenvalues, so it will extract only those factors whose eigenvalue will be more than 1. Eigenvalue will be more than 1. Continue from here. Then rotation. Now how to rotate the matrix? Because what we have mentioned that the factor 1 must be uncorrelated with factor 2. Factor 2 should be uncorrelated with factor 3. And factor 3 should be uncorrelated with F1 as well as F2. So how this idea that they should be uncorrelated is maintained? So we need to rotate the matrix, and there is a very important rotation procedure which will take you to the 90 degree. 90 degree means one factor is uncorrelated with the another factor, and this type of rotation is called orthogonal rotation. So we do the orthogonal rotation. Orthogonal means 90 degree, and that is given by a very important method which is called Varimax method. So always click on to Varimax method. Always. And then loading plots you need to click. That's all. Then continue. Then come to scores. You can save your factor 1 and factor 2. Sorry, you can score your whatever the factors it will be extracted, they will be their factor scores. You can save them using regression techniques, and you can continue from here. And the last part is go to options. And let's say, because we are looking into importance of variables also, which variable is most important, which variable is next important. So sorted by size. So weights must be sorted by size. If you are not giving this, then they will come haphazard. Then you have to find out which is having maximum weight, where is the second variable which is having maximum weight. But if you sort it by size, it will start from the top, that this variable has number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3, right? Then as I mentioned, then commonality should not be less than 0.5. So generally we suppress all those coefficients who are generally below 0.3 or 0.4. So let me take 0.3. Suppress small coefficients which are below 0.3. Okay, continue. That's all. So we are through with the factor analysis. I'll show you the result now and the interpretation in next 2-3 minutes. So press OK, and here is the result. So factor analysis is done. This is just a mean and SD for each and variable. Mean SD for variable number 1, variable number 2, SD. There are 30 observations. This is a correlation matrix. So as I mentioned, factor analysis technique is applicable when correlations are high. For example, between V3 and V1, correlation is 0.8, high. Between V5 and V1, correlation is 0.858. Then between V3 and let's say V5, it's 0.778. Between V4 and V6, it is 0.640. So some correlations are high. That means this will give you some idea that I can go for factor analysis. Now, those who are experts, please don't go through the correlation matrix. You have to observe so many correlations. Straight away move on to KMO and Bartlett, because they are giving you the better idea about whether we can apply factor analysis or not. So here is KMO and Bartlett. First is KMO. So KMO value is coming out to be 0.660. That means its value is between 0.5 to 1. Between 0.5 to 1. That means our test is through. KMO has to be between 0.5 to 1. Number 1. Second is Bartlett test has to be significant. So this is a chi-square value for Bartlett, and the significance is 0.000. It is less than 0.05. So p value in significance means p value. In SPSS, if it is written significance, that means it is a p value. So p-value here is less than 0.05. So both the tests are qualified. Both the tests are qualified. Commonality, as I mentioned, commonality is nothing but commonality for variable number 1 is 0.92. That means first variable shares 92.6% of the variation with the rest of the variables. Second variable shares 72.3% of the variation with the rest of the all other variables. This is what we mean by commonality. Now coming to the important part, important table is the eigenvalue table. So all these are eigenvalues. This is component 1 or factor number 1. This is your F1, this is your F2, F3, F4, F6. How many factors you can extract? You can extract as many factors as the number of variables. So there were 6 variables, so 6 factors have been extracted, or 6 components have been extracted. But only those factors will be important whose eigenvalue is more than 1. So let's see. So eigenvalue for the first factor is 2.7. So it is important. It explained 45%, 45.5% of the variation. Second factor, F2, its eigenvalue is 2.2, again more than 1. So it explains 36.9, almost 37%. Both of them together, cumulative, they will explain you 82.5% of the variation present in the data. That means the rest of the 4 variables, they are just explaining you how much. They are explaining you just the rest of the 15% of the variation. That's why the next factor, eigenvalue is less than 1. Next factor, eigenvalue is less. So they are not important. So only first 2 factors are important for me. And here is the scree plot. So scree plot says factor number 1, factor number 2 are important. This is the eigenvalue cutoff. So cutoff is more than these 2 are important. But these 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, they are not important. It is a plot of factor versus eigenvalue. So only these 2 are important. Now, do not look for this type of component matrix. We always look for the rotated component matrix in the output. Please go for the rotated component matrix. These are the rotated component matrix. Sorry, these are simply the correlation. Just look at the residuals. So now you can see all the residuals are almost close to 0. That means model seems to be good. All the residuals. Residuals are nothing but difference between the actual correlation and the predicted correlations. So this is the most important table, rotated component matrix. So it says when the rotation takes place of the matrix, these 3 variables have come to the top. In the first factor, these 3 have come to the top in the second factor. Only 2 factors were important, 1 and 2, if you remember, because their eigenvalues. So under factor 1, what is the most important? Because sorted by size, so it says 0.96 is most important, then 0.93, 0.933. So it says variable number 1. Important to buy toothpaste that prevent cavities. That is the most important variable for the people. Second variable, toothpaste that strengthen gums. Second important variables. Toothpaste that offered tooth benefit decay. 0.93. Forget about negative and positive sign. They are not important. Now you can see all these 3, they are conforming to a particular aspect. Particular aspect means if I carefully examine, they are related to prevent cavities. It is relating with health of the teeth. Strengthening gums, again related with health of the teeth. Then tooth decay benefits offered by the toothpaste, again related to the health. So I can call this factor as health benefit factor. You have to assign name yourself. SPSS will not assign the name. So I can call, because all the 3 variables are concerned with health, so I can call this as health benefit factor. So now health benefit factor is having 3 variables, linear combination. First variable, second variable, third variable. This is your A1, this is your A2, this is your A3 in order. Now, second is F2. F2 variable is again having 3 variables, but what is the most important? Most important is buying a toothpaste that give attractive teeth. So attractive teeth is the most important for this factor, 0.88. Next is that should freshen breath. Third one, shining teeth. So all the 3 are put into second. Why? Because they are not related much with health, but they are relating with cosmetic type of factor. They are relating with cosmetic type of factors. So I can call this as cosmetic factor, or maybe I can call this as say social benefit factor. So 2 factors have been extracted out of the factor analysis. One of them is the health benefit factor, another is the social benefit factor, right? And this is the plot. It says prevent cavities, strengthen gums. This is a health benefit factor. This is the social benefit factor or the cosmetic benefit factor on y-axis. So you can segregate between the two. They are at 90 degrees. That means there is no correlation between them. So this is what do you mean by the factor analysis technique. So I have explained you factor analysis. Now I'm left with 20 minutes. I have to cover up now the other part. So just give me some time. I'll now move on to structure equation model. But I think I will be able to present only the PPT. I don't think it is possible to cover the practically now because we have already wasted 20 minutes earlier. Anyhow, so now we move on to second aspect, structure equation modeling. Structure equation modeling is basically combination of two things. Number one, factor analysis and multiple regression technique. It's a combination of factor analysis and multiple regression analysis. If you combine the two, then the term comes what is called structure equation modeling. Now in regression analysis, there is a list dependent variable and there could be number of independent variables, right? And you will get only one relationship, one equation. But in structure equation modeling, you can get multiple equations. How this variable is related to this aspect, how this variable is related to this aspect, how this variable is related to the third aspect, and how these aspects are related among themselves. So to see the multiple relationship, we use the technique which is called structure equation modeling. Okay. So I just introduce through a concept which is called through a particular, you can say particular software that is called AMOS. AMOS is called analysis of movement structure. Now, structure equation modeling, as I mentioned, it's a multivariate technique. It's a combination of factor analysis and multiple regression. So there are two types of factor analysis, EFA and CFA. I have already explained EFA. CFA is a part of confirmatory factor analysis, is a part of structure equation modeling. And path analysis in causal modeling, latent variable analysis, they are all synonymous names for structure equation modeling. And moreover, it is based on general linear model concept. So it examines the structure of interrelationships using multiple regression equations. So it includes both unobserved and observed variable. For example, in factor analysis, our observed variables were V1, V2, V3, V4, V5, V6. They were observed variable on a 7-point scale. But the linear combination, the factors which we have extracted, like health benefit factor, the social benefit factor, that was your F1 and F2. They were basically called latent construct. So they were not observable, but they are observed through some variables which are called indicators. So basically, structure equation modeling deals with observed variable also and unobserved variable. Unobserved variables are called latent variables. Observed variables means the indicators, like 7-point scale, 5-point scale there. And then it is going to establish the complex relationship between the variables. So structure equation modeling is a very important concept. It is also known with the help of causal analysis, simultaneous equation modeling, analysis of covariant structure, and path analysis and confirmatory factor analysis, which is called CFA, are just a special case of SEM, structure equation modeling. A very typical example of structure equation modeling. For example, this is called American Customer Satisfaction Index. There is overall customer satisfaction index. It depends upon perceived quality. It depends upon customers' expectation, and it may depend upon perceived value also. So basically, this is called the dependent construct. How this is, I mean, customer satisfaction is not directly you can measure, but it is measured through certain factors. These are called indicators. I'll come across, right? So this is basically a construct. Whenever I put a oval shape or a circle, that means it is a construct. So this is one of the construct. It depends upon another construct which is called perceived quality. It may be measured through some other indicators. Similarly, it may depend upon customers' expectation, but perceived value is estimated through perceived quality and customer expectation. So this is again another construct. So basically this construct depends upon this construct, and this construct. So how to find out the relationship between these constructs is a job of structure equation modeling. That is the job of structure equation modeling. Okay. So very typical example of structure equation modeling. Let's say there is one factor, just like health benefit factor. It depends upon three questions. Let's say this is question number 1, question number 2, question number 3. Similarly, let's say social benefit factor. It depends again on 3 questions. Question number 4, 5, and 6. There could be third factor also. It could depend upon only 2. And you're looking at the relation. This is a construct. This is one construct. These are observed variables. So observed variable in structure equation modeling are denoted with the help of a rectangle or a circle. And oval shape, they denote your unobserved variables, or which are called construct. Now our aim is to first estimate this construct, then estimate this construct, then estimate this construct. From where? From the linear combination of this, from the linear combination of this, from the linear combination of this. And once we estimate these construct, next job is to find out how this construct is related to this, how this construct is related to this, how this is related to this, whether they are impacting some other construct which is measured through some other variables. That is, now you can see multiple regression equations. One equation is here, another equation is here. So multiple regression equations are there. That is the job of structure equation modeling. So the circles, they represents your unobserved variables. So rectangle, this oval shape or eclipse or circles, they represent unobserved variables in structure equation modeling. Rectangle or circle, they represent the observed variables. Then single-handed arrow, if I'm giving single-handed arrow from one to another, that means how A is impacting B. And if it is double arrow, that means what is the correlation or covariance between A and B. So if there is a single arrow, how A is impacting B construct, how construct A is impacting B. If it is a double arrow, what is the correlation between the various construct? For example, this is double arrow. This double arrow means what is the covariance or correlation between F1 and F2. But this is single arrow. Single arrow means how F1 is impacting F4. This is what it means. Then we have the latent variable and the observed variable. Some part I have already explained. The reflective construct and formative construct I will discuss. Recursive model I will discuss. So let me come up and state to endogenous and exogenous latent construct. So in regression equation model, we generally look at dependent and independent variables. But in structure equation modeling, we call dependent variable as endogenous construct and independent as exogenous construct. For example, look at perceived usefulness, that is called PU. Then perceived ease of use, that is called PEOU. Now, PU depends upon this. PU depends upon. That means this construct will be your endogenous and this will be your exogenous in this relationship. I'm not looking at other relationship. But if you consider this intention to use, then this depends upon this construct, this depends upon this construct. Now, in this case, this will become endogenous and these two will become exogenous. The two will become exogenous. If you are looking at this, all the three. Of course, if you are looking at these two, this can play a role of endogenous and this is exogenous if you are looking at only two. But if you are looking three in totality, then this will become endogenous and these two will become exogenous. So this is what do you mean by exogenous and endogenous. All right. Then reflective construct versus formative construct. What do you mean by reflective? That means something is reflected to this. For example, some parameter is reflected through this, which is not directly measurable. For example, customer satisfaction is not directly measurable, but you can measure through some well-defined scale. They are your indicators. They are your indicators. So let me give you examples because time is less, say of reflective construct. For example, service quality. Service quality as such is not directly measurable, but it is measured through price. It is measured through promotion. It is measured through people. So this is what do you mean by reflective? That means service quality is reflected through price, reflected through promotion, reflected through people. And error will be involved in measuring price, error will be involved in measuring promotion, error will be involved in on which people you are targeting, right? Okay, then it's very simple example to understand. Fever, whenever somebody is having a temperature, we put a thermometer in his mouth, note down the temperature. Now here is an important question. Are we measuring fever or are we measuring temperature? Basically we are measuring temperature. So we are measuring body temperature. We can measure body ache, we can measure headache, we can measure all these things. These maybe on a 5-point scale, this is exact measurement, but it's a reflection of fever. That fever could be there, that's why person is having body ache. Fever because person is having body ache. Fever because the person is having headache. So it's reflected. So this type of construct is called reflective. Remember, structure equation modeling only deals with reflective construct. Of course, there are formative construct. PLS deals with formative construct. Let me differentiate between reflective and formative. Here is a drunkenness. Here is a drunkenness. This is a construct. This is a construct. Now, person is a drunk because he can't walk straight. He smells. He is having a slurred speech. So drunkenness is reflected through his activity, smell, slurred speech, can't. So this is a reflective. That means this drunkenness is a reflection of this, reflection of this, reflection of this. What is formative? Formative is again drunkenness variable, but drunkenness is because of consumption beer, because of consumption of wine, because of consumption of hard liquid. So hopefully you can understand the difference between reflective and formative. Now, structure equation modeling deal with reflective. PLS, partial least square, that deals with formative. They are very well established techniques in structure equation modeling. You can go for the convergent validity, divergent validity, which are not very well established in formative kind of techniques or construct. So there are two types of analysis. One is called the structure equation modeling is through measurement model and the structure model. But first of all, we look at the path analysis. I'm just left with 5-6 more minutes. So I'll try to give you some idea. So path analysis is we generally do, that is called path diagram we established only for the observed variables. Observed variables are noted by rectangles. So let's say I look at food preference. Food preference will determine, food taste, food quality, food nutrition. They will determine your food preference. So this is your dependent variable. These three are independent variable. You can study this type of relationship with the help of regression models, no problem, because they are observed variables. But if this would have been construct, then we have to use structure equation model. So there are two types of models in structure equation model. One is called the measurement model. Another is called the structure model. What is a measurement model? Measurement model means if there are, let's say, two constructs, these are measured through some other variables or indicators, and you want to establish the relationship between the construct. Only relationship between the construct, that is the job of measurement model. But how one constructor depends upon other is a job of structure model. So how one constructor depends upon another, job of structure model. How they are related to each other, job of measurement model. So this will clarify. So this is one construct. This is another construct. This construct is perceived usefulness. This construct is perceived ease of use. It is measured through three indicators, PU1, PU2, PU3. This is measured through PE1, PE2, PE3. So it has been estimated through this. It has been estimated through. Now these two are construct. To see the correlation between them, So I put a double arrow. Double arrow means correlation between them. So this is a correlation coefficient or the covariance between them. It is studied through measurement model. So this is what we mean by measurement model. What is the structure model? Structure model is how one variable, how one construct is dependent on. Now there is a single arrow. How this is going to impact this. It is measured through this. It is measured through this. Whenever anything is measured, there will be error. There will be error. So we need to put error. So hopefully you can differentiate between measurement model and the structure model. So first we develop the measurement model, and after developing the measurement models are based on the construct or the factor which you have obtained through factor analysis, EFA. All those are nothing but, because all these variables have been obtained through your EFA, explanatory factor. These variables are through EFA, explanatory factor analysis. For example, if I call this as health benefit factor, so health benefit factor was having variable V1, V3, V5. Similarly, cosmetic benefit factor or the social benefit factor, that was measured through V2, V4 and V6. This is what it means. Try to understand, please. And we are looking at the relationship of the construct of the social benefit with health benefit. That's a job of a structure equation model. Okay. So just skipping this slide. So it's based on the correlation techniques. So in CFA and EFA, it's very clear what is how we for example, if you are using EFA, I don't know whether this variable will go to this factor or this factor or this factor, or variable can go to any one of the factors. But once you go for the confirmatory factor analysis, you need to confirm that these two variables are basically comes under this factor, the other twos are this is coming to this factor, and then there is some correlation between the factors. That can be studied with the help of structure equation modeling. So hopefully you can distinguish between EFA and CFA. EFA doesn't give you a very clear picture, because it may be just by chance, there could be overlap also. There could be overlap. This can come here, this can come here. But in confirmatory factor analysis, you are confirmed that these variables are under this factor and these are under this factor. Okay. So I think if time, I don't think, because another speaker may be waiting, I don't think it will be able to complete the entire structure equation modeling for me. But just to give you in one line, this is how we do in the structure equation modeling. 1 minute practical demo, and we go to view, and
in 5 minutes, sir. No problem, sir.
Okay, I'll take 5 minutes to just give you basic idea.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. So I have increased the space now. This is the worksheet of, or the, you can say, playground of the structure equation model. So if I'm using this symbol is used for if variable is known, and this symbol is used if variable is not known. This is a construct, right? And from here you can delete this. So I'll take up one example quickly and show you in 5 minutes how the results can be obtained, not for path analysis, at least for path analysis. So let me take up this. This is one. So there is an option here for duplication. So I'll take the duplicate, so that of the same size. So I can duplicate here, I can duplicate here, and I can duplicate here. Then this is called preserve symmetries. You can have preserve symmetries and then take this truck to move on. So this can be moved anywhere. This can be moved somewhere here. You can align them. And then you can put your arrows. For example, this to this, this to this, and this to this. And to modify, you can notch up. This button is called notch up. So this is called notch up button, right? Now, how to select the data file? So I'll take up data file which is relating to food preference and nutrition, etc. So select the data file. Suppose I take the data file name it is asking. Suppose I take this is on the desktop on my, this is food preference file. So I'll take up this file. So it has gone to read this file. So there are 105 observations. So press OK. Now to see the variables, what are the variables? File has been read. And these are the variables in your file. First was food preference. So I'll take this food preference here. This is how to feed. This is food taste. Food preference depends upon food taste. It depends upon quality, it depends upon food nutrition, right? So I have feed all the variables. Now to draw the because this is now a dependent variable, and dependent variable, whenever we have in MOS, we always have to assign error. So I'll assign error because this has to be estimated. Any estimated value will give you an error. So for plugin, this is unobserved variable, so name unobserved variable, so it has given some error E1. All right, now to see the correlations, I can join this, I can join this, I can also join these two, and then use this button just to come up to this. Okay, now we have a very nice picture. Now problem here is to get the estimates, right? So this is a text button, analysis property. You go to analysis property. Let's say I look at intercept and means, and in output I look at standardized coefficient and squared multiple correlations, right? So now it says that you have specified whatever you want to do, and then here is calculate estimates. So click on to calculate estimate. It says you have need to save the file. So suppose I save this file as, suppose multidisciplinary or international conference. I save this as ICON, international conference. So save. So once you save this, so you will see it, command has been executed, and here you are getting the loadings basically. So that means the most important variable for food preference is food taste, because this is having the higher weight. Next one is food quality. Next one, the least preference is given to food nutrition. People don't bother about food nutrition. They bother about food taste first of all. Then second is food quality. But these are unstandardized. These are unstandardized. You can also look into standardized estimates. So these are standardized estimates. So basically, if you look at unstandardized estimates, so this is the intercept of the model, and these are beta coefficients. This is the correlation covariance between this and this and this and this. For example, this food nutrition and food taste, they are having covariance of 0.37. This, but if I look on to standardized, they will give you correlation. So this is the correlation between food preference and food taste, food quality, and this 0.41 is a correlation. While the unstandardized will give you mean and standard. This is a mean of this variable and variance of this. This is a mean of this, variance of this, mean and variance of this. Mean of error will be 0, and this is the variance of the error. So hopefully somehow I able to justify some idea about the structure equation modeling. Of course, I need to cover the part of the measurement model, structure model, but time is not permitting me to go beyond this. So anyhow, you can go through my YouTube video. You can learn certain things. Just write down structure equation modeling techniques by Suresh K. Sharma, and you will come across a YouTube video where you can learn rest of the techniques like structure equation modeling part. I think I'll stop here. So once again, very nice meeting you, and hopefully we had a very good time. And let me stop sharing the screen. Any questions from the participants? If you have any questions from the participants, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session and for delivering such an informative and engaging presentation on SPSS today. Your depth of knowledge and clear communication style make the complex world of statistical analysis accessible to all of us. Your ability
even if the participants are facing difficulty, they can go through. They are freely available on YouTube, or they can on any browser. You can write down statistical techniques using SPSS, using R even. I have, so people can learn from there. Yeah. Because it was not possible to cover all the techniques in 1.5 hours.
Yes, sir, definitely. And you not only demonstrated a profound understanding of SPSS, but also made it highly relatable by providing easy day-to-day examples and practical insights. And your patience and expertise shone brightly, and it's evident that you genuinely care about helping others excel in their data analysis endeavors. Sir, I can see many praises and accolades from our participants in recognition of your excellent speech. And thank you once again for sharing your knowledge and passion with us today.
Before,
We,
can you give me 1 minute? I
yes,
would
sir,
like to
sure.
thank all the
Yes, sir.
participants, and because many of the participants are from,
Yes,
oh,
yes,
Dr.
yes,
Sohail
sir.
Rana.
No problem.
Yeah. Dr. Sohail Rana, he can understand Hindi, but maybe other people cannot understand Hindi. But anyhow, I will tell you one sentence. I had just given you an overview of structure equation modeling and some idea about the first part, which was relating to EFA. I couldn't complete CFA, but here is, you can learn from my YouTube videos. So one sentence, say good, better, best. Good, better, best. Let's not rest till good becomes better and better becomes best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, see you then.
And
Right.
we
Nice
look
meeting you.
forward to applying what we have learned and exploring the world of SPSS further.
Thank you.
So
Thank you very much.
thank you so
If
much,
there is
sir.
any question, I can answer. If there is any question from
Yeah,
the audience.
we'll just quickly take one question. This is by Money Ace. The question is how to find impact of one parameter or on another using single-headed arrows or double-headed.
Yes, because I didn't get a time to explain to you. There is a one switch button, and that is called text. You go to text, and against the impact. For example, if impact of one variable on the other is with a single head is 0.66, there was in the practical example, whether it is significant or not, it is given in the text. So it will give you a p-value, and you will come to know whether it is significant or not.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much once again.
Thank
And
you.
okay, sir.
Okay.
Now we'll
Right.
move forward to our next plenary speaker, Dr. Arijit Karati. Dr. Arijit Karati received a BSc degree in computer applications from Ramakrishna Mission Vidyamandir, Belur, India, and an MSc degree in computer science from Pondicherry University, Puducherry. He received his PhD degree from the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Dhanbad, Dhanbad, India. He was a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at National Sun Yat-sen University, Taiwan. Presently, he is working as an assistant professor in the Department of CAC, National Sun Yat-sen University, Taiwan. He received the Outstanding Paper Award at the 2018 International Computer Symposium in Taiwan and the 108th Postdoctoral Researcher Academic Research Award from the Taiwan Ministry of Science and Technology in 2020. He is a senior member of the IEEE Computer Society and a professional member of ACM. His research areas include applied cryptology, automotive security, and decentralized data privacy. Today, the title of his talk is AI and Technology in Research, New Paradigms. So with further ado, I welcome Dr. Karati on this virtual platform to share his invaluable thoughts.
Dr. Ghosh. So am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so let me share my screen, maybe. Wait a moment. Yes, so is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Just wait a second. Okay, yes, perfect. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for your nice introduction. And uh, like today, I'm going to talk about like this AI technology and like AI and technology in research, like new paradigm. And before to start this presentation or talk, I'd like to welcome all the participants, and I'll be happy like if you get some idea on these particular topics like AI and technology, some technologies in these modern societies. And obviously, like before to start with this presentation, I must thanks to all the organizing committee members for inviting me in this a very good conference. And without further taking so much time, in this part, I quickly start with this topic because I think I have like 1 hour to finish these things, and since many things are need to be discussed, so let's start. So maybe during the presentation, I would like to turn off the camera so uh, my audio will be perfectly like audible to everyone. Okay, so hope it's not a problem. Okay, so in this topic, actually, we are going to discuss about the present status of AI and what is actually the AI and what are the several uh, variations of AI and how we can thought of or think of these AI technologies in modern technology for our society, and how AI can benefit or how it can provide some better service to the society. So those all those things actually we are trying to highlight briefly in this talk. And also we'll be discussing on like whether this AI is good for our society or how much impact it may have if it comes with a full-fledged if it can achieve all those capabilities and access rights and everything, then what it can do, whether it is good for us or not. So that is the basic overview of this topic. Okay, so here, as we know, like the AI is a very common term and it's very well known for nowadays. People are talking about much more AI. So AI is basically stands for like artificial intelligence, like all of us know, and it is like the ability of machines to perform tasks that are typically associated with like human intelligence. It's not like a typical computer. What computer can do, it is somewhat related to computational intelligence of um, aligned with like human thoughts or human brain, and some kind of problem solving techniques also it can adopt, so that it can help or it can reduce human effort in company and in society. So AI is a field that combines like computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. Now, what kind of problem you can think of which AI can solve? So it's totally contextual. It's based on like what kind of problem we are dealing with nowadays. And for example, you want to prepare a slides, for example. So you can, so this is a problem for you if you don't know how to prepare slide. Okay, then it could be a problem, for example. Then you can use the help from AI to make it better, for example. And sometimes we may feel like, okay, so how to customize our mobile phone so that, for example, again, like if you reach to your particular university campus, then your phone will behave like differently. When you will go to your home or back to your home, then it will behave differently. What kind of behavior it is? For example, it could be like, for example, like your sound mode of a phone, it will be automatically vibrated or muted while when you are in university, and it will be again the sound mode when you come to like in your home, or when you reach to home or nearby that area, all of your lights like tube lights or any kind of lights or music or what kind of things you have already you are you have it in your room, those automatically will be turned on or automatically will be turned off. So those kind of things, we need human engagement, which can be also solved. The problem is like, for example, when you reach there, everything will be properly arranged or properly organized. So those kind of problem you can think of like it's really challenge for me. So how we can solve those things? With the help of AI, you can partially solve those kind of problems. So in those fields, maybe you can think of like AI is a very good solution where it can automatically customize our some of the settings and some kind of like tweak some kind of properties to achieve better results. So you can find out like AI has found many applications in diverse fields such as medical diagnosis, computer search engines, for example, Google search or Bing search or so on, voice or handwriting recognitions, or even chatbot. So I hope all of you have came across this term like chat GPT. So chat GPT is nothing but a chatbot where you can ask or submit your query and or a set of queries, and you may find out some results. Now these results could be based on the data what is available in like on internet, or it could be somewhat which is related to your personalized search options. Okay, so both the things, it's like the cyberspace and your personal space, they have all those access, and based on those information what you are share in those spaces, you can get those results. Like the results could be more personalized. Okay, so AI has such kind of applications in this domain. And nowadays we may find out like okay, so nowadays we may find out like the Siri or like Google Now or Cortana, all those like virtual assistants, they are getting more advanced in their nature. Means it's not like that you can only ask them like what is the temperature today, or whether it is the traffic, huge traffic at this moment in nearby this region or something like that. It is nowadays very basic queries for them. So they have now more and more information, and they can help you with more specific data, more specific data. So those kind of things are possible help of with the help of AI technologies and some other technologies, for example, Internet of Things. Okay, so if we look into the early history of AI, so it's not like AI is a new concept or new idea or new some kind of just like appear like just in like yesterday. It's not like that. So we found like this term or that AI concept originally has been proposed by Alan Turing in 1950. So Alan Turing is a very popular mathematician, and also it's very renowned person in computer science who had written one seminal paper on like computing machinery and intelligence. And there he has asked one question like, is it possible we can customize our machine in such a way that a human, whatever the human can interact with, a machine also can do the same thing. So can we think like machine can replace a human? Even though it cannot replace, at least machine can solve humans' problem, not a typical problem, some more personalized problem. So can machine things or not? So that we only think about like it is possible or not. So the question came into like the picture in back in 1950, and after 5 years, like nearly 5 years, based on these concepts, we came across this new term which is known as artificial intelligence. So the intelligence which is artificial only based on data, not based on what human wants, it's based on what the data are available over internet or in your personal space. So here, if you can if you can find out like what is AI. So we have already discussed AI is something which can solve your day-to-day problem, but it has different phases, or you can think of it has different subsections. So most of the things or most of the cases when we talk about AI without knowing what is actually AI, most of the problems comes under actually the machine learning. Okay, so people, although people talk about like, okay, so this is actually the application of AI. So it's not like all the problems is a directly part of AI. It is actually the part of machine learning. So machine learning is a huge concept, or is a very like breakthrough kind of idea in our computer science. So if you see, artificial intelligence is a like a bigger concept which actually considers both these terminologies. One is called deep learning, another one is called machine learning. Okay, so what is this deep learning and what is this machine learning? So deep learning is something which is related to human thoughts or human uh, thinking capabilities or humans thinking abilities, like how it actually how a human can think of certain problems or how they can solve it, that are actually solved or dealt with actually deep learning. And when you're talking about the machine learning, just little upside, you can see like the machine learning. So the machine learning is something like which adopts the deep learning concept, and it can give you better algorithm so that your problem can be solved with lesser time. Okay, so it is nothing but a typical algorithms which adopts the deep learning features. However, it can give you better results in lesser time. So how it can give you better result in lesser time? The main challenge is whether you have sufficient data or not. If you have sufficient data, even though you know how to think as like human being, you will get better result with more accuracy in lesser time with the help of machine learning. And when you're talking about the AI, so AI is nothing but a combination of machine learning and deep learning, which is something like some algorithm or program that can sense, react, and based on that, it can reply. Okay, so when you are thinking about like this AI and recent days, we have like two different terms. The first one is known as weak AI, and the second one is known as strong AI. Okay, now most of the cases, whatever we discuss about like mobile phone, automatically it will turn on some certain settings and all those things. Those features actually are the part of like this weak AI, which is also known as ANI, artificial narrow intelligence. And the strong AI is something bigger in this scenario, which is known as artificial general intelligence. So what are the difference between these? So difference is based on like a robot, smart robot, and only some kind of tweaks or settings. When you're talking about weak AI, I just sometimes before, like I have given some example like mobile phone settings. Those are part of weak AI. It means that we have several domain, and in that several domain, we just restrict our boundary. And inside that boundary, we give some instruction to our machine, and machine will behave as like a human based on those instructions. So that is actually the part of weak AI. So here the term is written here. AI systems are built and configured to execute tasks in confined area. Okay, it's just a small test case, small scenarios, small region where you can apply certain settings, and computer or mobile phone or some smart devices, they will behave based on your instructions. However, generative AI or the strong AI is much more wider in nature, like it has much more capabilities or some kind of features. Here, we think about weak AI is a restricted uses of AI, while strong AI is much more open uses of your AI, where AI can learn any intellectual task a person can think of. So it's not like you give some instruction and they are doing. In strong AI, they will also think with the help of my old instruction, can I generate a new instruction? So that is the difference between these two terms. One is incapable of or inability of thinking like some new thing. However, in strong AI, they will also adopt the features of weak AI. At the same time, they will also think, okay, I have these two or three instructions. If I compile them or if I fuse them, can I design a new rule or new instructions which are helpful? Okay, so that is a part of a strong AI. So without discussing much more the detailed concepts, I just try to highlight some basic overview of this AI because this talk is only limited in the fundamentals of AI and some other technology. Okay, so here I come to the next part, that is the current status of AI. So as I already said, like we may have like recent some progress on AI, considering the mobile phone settings or some kind of your personal assistants like chatbots and all those things. And the second thing is very, very well known and popular in recent days, that is the video game characters. Nowadays you can feel like video games are not like the typical video game that we have played like in our like childhood days. Okay, so for example, I think most of us we play like IGI, right? It's a very popular game. However, even though they have like good stories and everything, you can feel that their characters, their appearance, their environment, or their way of presentation, like story presentations, all are nowadays getting much more advanced and improved. And why it is so? Because of more and more recent technologies and their advancements in our societies. So video game characters are again one more like added features of AI. And the third one is another very important thing, that is the GPS. Maybe you can find out, like if you are using some Android phone, you can trace maybe yesterday, like you went what are the places you have visited yesterday, for example, or at least you can also search 1 month before what are the places you have visited. All those things nowadays are very easily available, which was not like there like at least 2 to 3 years before. And maybe you can think of like why it is so. It is only due to some kind of personal assistance. Most of the time we turn on GPS settings, for example, and we also turn on our internet settings, or internet, mobile internet or Wi-Fi or so on. So whenever you are actually moving or going towards some places, actually they captures those locations and they transfer those data to the server. And in this way, you are actually presenting or providing lots of data to the server, for example, Google server. And Google server is actually compiling those data and try to trace your identity, like who you are, and for example, where are the places you have visited in past 1 year or past like 6 months and so on. So that is the benefit. If you think like that way, then it could be one benefit for AI, because you have lots of data to analyze a human or analyze a device. On contrast, you may also think that you are losing your privacy. Means why I should let Google know that where I'm going, or why I give the like Siri, like in Apple, so such kind of permissions that which restaurant I like, what foods I like. So it has like a trade-off. It depends on how much you are using those kind of features and how much you need those features. However, we have such kind of technological advances. Well, so if you think like what are the specific challenge on on starting this topic like AI, then you can find out in recent days we have lots of data, billions of data. Maybe server is receiving. Okay, so we may find out some first problem which is known as computing power. Because we have lots of data, we need to process lots of data, a large volume data. We need a supercomputer. We need lots of power. So sorry, even though we think of like AI has a better scope in our society, but AI can only behave properly if we have lots of data. And once we enable or give those permission that share my data to the server or with the server so that they can perform some intelligence or the computing, we are also losing the privacy. So it's really a challenging part, like how to share your data without compromising privacy in the context of AI. Okay, so that is a computing power. And if you think about the next challenge, it could be, you can think of like intuitive thinking. Is it really AI can think as like human can think of a problem or a solution? The answer is not yet. Okay, but the thing is that we have progressive improvements. And we believe that if we keep on such kind of progress on the right directions with a large volume of data, then maybe AI can think of such kind of solutions the way of like a human can think of those kind of problems. However, as of now, we have several issues like computing power, intuitive thinking, tolerance power, and judging power. Maybe if you heard some kind of news, then maybe you can find out like Google has also one AI concept as like Chat GPT, which is known as Bird AI. And if you have heard about that particular news, that news says like, for example, when they launch Bird AI, actually they are not behaving as like human. They are much more rude. For example, if you ask too many queries, they may give you a bad answer with a bad tone. Okay, so yes, as of now, we have lots of problems, but over the time period, we are believing like, or we are hopeful that we can solve those kind of issues and we can give much more better service for our society. So while talking about AI has a very beautiful applications or a set of different applications in different industrial sections or the sectors. The first sector is like healthcare. The second very useful sector is like transportation, and the third one is manufacturing. Apart from that, it has also some other aspects or in other fields also, like customer services. Like nowadays, mostly we can find out everywhere we have like chatbots. Like Amazon, we have chatbots. It is also like possible that when you are calling to a customer service with the help of, for example, your Airtel connectivity or BSNL connectivity or Vodafone or Geo or so on, you may find out some response or some replies are being generated like automatically. It's not like humans response. It is, however, it is helpful. So those are the parts of like your some of those examples in customer side like services, and the AI has made significant progress in that particular sector. However, we mainly discuss about these three segments like the healthcare. So now we can find out like AI has made significant strides in healthcare by improving diagnostics, like how to provide a proper diagnostics or remote healthcare is again another new concept which can be possible only with the help of AI. Nowadays, it is much more personalized medicines, accelerating like drug discovery, and also it enhancing like telemedicine sectors like online healthcare checking and all those things. And actually, in this part, machine learning as a specific subfield of like of AI, machine learning algorithms are now facilitating like early disease detections. Nowadays, you can find out, for example, Apple Watch. You may heard many news like Apple Watch saved many people's lives. So it's nothing like Apple did that, but yes, we need to give some encouragement to them. It's based on some AI concepts which they have adopted in their smartwatch so that they can sense and they can detect what could be the possible scenario or disease a person can a person may have in future, or maybe in 1 or 2 days, something like that. So the predictions are nowadays much more advanced with the help of AI in healthcare section like sectors. The next sector is like transportation. Again, here AI is being used in the transportation sectors for autonomous vehicle. In India, it is little less focused, like the transportation sectors, like how we can make like like electric vehicles, or how we can think of like the smart vehicular systems, like internet connectivity based transmissions, drone based delivery systems. But the thing is that India is also in a way of towards that directions, and they are also thinking about how to make this sector much more advanced. However, in other countries, some of those countries, you can find out the transportation nowadays is being much more autonomous, or like so there is no like traffic police, for example, on the road, or some traffic light automatically decide when to give like red signals, for example, when to give like the green signals and all those things. So those all are possible based on the intelligences and and the help of like Internet of Things. And manufacturing is also another big domain for where AI can help with. Here you can find out like AI is being like used in such particular manufacturing sectors for predictive maintenance and supply chain. So nowadays everything is connected, so you can trace like where your parcel is exactly, in which locations, how much you have paid, how you can like how you can replace and all those things. Although it is somewhat it was also there before, but nowadays it is much more connected and much more interactive, if you have feel the same. So you can also think in that way, like it is much more like interactive, and it is like you can get the solution instantly. Now we have lots of data. You can find a solution for a specific problems whenever you want, with the help of internet searching and all those things. So those are all some of those interesting sectors where we can find out AI has a huge scope or some kind of feature, or you can design your some of those applications in these particular sectors. Then it is helpful for our society. Although we have said like AI has much more features or some kind of like facilities in many of those societies, or some kind of like, sorry, the sectors, but we may have to think about some of those ethical concerns. The thing is that we are now thinking about how we can solve the human problems, or humans real life problems, or real time problems, with the help of some robot, or AI, or some machine learning. The thing is that those are all our machines, so their thinking capabilities may be enhanced as like the human can do, but all those enhancement can be done only with the help of data. So that is the very, very important thing that you have to remember. If I don't have data, sufficient data, I cannot think about any better solutions. Now, while you're talking about you have lots of data, there are many ethical concerns may come up in this particular section, that is AI. The first is biasness. The second problem or the ethical concern could be your privacy. The third concern could be your transparency, followed by some accountability. So these are the key four concerns that we have to deal with very carefully. So in the biasness, how you can think of like what is the problem in AI, and how much bias AI could be. So let's take one example, that you are sharing all of your locational data, or location data, some kind of location-based data, or some kind of your liking, or the personalized feelings and everything. Now those data are being stored on the server side, and is it like safe while you are sending those data? Probably not. The attacker may misuse those data, or can change those data at the server. Okay. Now, if it is possible, I'm not saying it's very easy, but if it is possible, if the attacker can misuse your data or tamper your data on the server side, that means now server contains all such misleading data. Now, you are feeding those misleading data to AI. Now, if you give those data like misleading data to AI and you are expecting AI will give you the correct answer, then the answer will be not the correct. Okay, then you can think of this biasness. Okay, so it means that if attacker can control of changing such data, like it can change some data, then attacker can control however, like whatever the way, like for example, like AI can misbehave with you, or it can give you some bad information, or you may have some bad experience. How it is? Because of this biasness, which is controlled or which are controlled by the attackers based on misleading data or based on tampering the data. So it is possible. So that is one ethical concern, that you are sharing your data, but all those personal data, is it safe? Or it is also possible like attacker can capture the data, or it can tamper those data. While you're talking about the biasness in results, you have to also think about, while sharing your data, privacy also takes a huge role. You have to note that each and every time you are keeping your mobile phone in your pocket and you are moving here and there, okay, and all those real-time data, if you turn on your internet and all the settings are turned on, it is possible that all those locations, I'm just giving you the example for locations because it is useful and very easy to think easily, in the context of AI. So you are actually sharing your location information or location based information, um, but you don't know that all those location information are being transmitted to the server. Okay, so here is the privacy issues. Like, should we consider this particular location turn on concept while you're moving from one location to another location? You may think yes, because it can give you safety. Where is the safety? Safety is if you lose your phone, then it is possible you can trace where was your what was your last location when you used the phone, and based on that you can trace your mobile phone. So this is the one hand side, like it is one advantage. On the other side, you can think of that if you don't lose your phone, for example, you are actually sharing your personal information with clouds, some public servers, which is much more um, risky while you're considering like the privacy and the transparency. Also, we may find out some kind of issues in the transparency while you are dealing with tracing the data. And accountability is another huge impact in these ethical concerns. It's very difficult to determine who is responsible for providing certain actions, because all are nowadays getting automated. Okay, so how to address such kind of ethical concerns? Some of those concerns I have just now defined and discussed briefly. Now, in these slides, actually, we are going to discuss about how to solve these things. Now, you have to differentiate all those actions before to make some decisions. For example, data collections. The second concept is transparencies. The third concept is accountability. And the fourth one, or fourth solutions, or the aspects where you have to focus on, that is the regulations. So, and also some other things like education also is there. But the data collection is very, very important when you are actually taking data from the user to analyze or to train your model or AI system. You have to make sure all time user give that consent that, okay, you can use my data. Or those data, whenever it is transmitted from your mobile phone to some cloud, for example, Google Cloud, all time during this transmission and during the storage at cloud, every time the data should be encrypted, data should be hidden, data should be locked or properly used. If we can ensure those things, maybe we can solve the biasness that we have discussed in the last slide. The second one is the transparency. Again, the transparency is very, very useful concept and also is a concern. So here you can see that like to address like transparency concerns, it is important to develop AI system that are explainable. Like it cannot turn on some settings by default. If it can, it should explain properly. Some justification must be there why it is, and that justification must be viable and properly recognized by the user. So if you are doing in that way, then we can achieve the transparency. It means that okay, I have turned on this location. Why? Because you have given me you have actually agreed on such kind of settings. If you can provide such kind of tracing kind of things, transparency can be addressed. So similarly, some other things can be also addressed. For example, accountability. So accountability, if you want to address this particular aspect, it is important to establish like a clear line of responsibility for the actions of the AI systems. And this can help in help to ensure that those responsible for the development and the use of AI systems are held accountable for any of the harmful actions or some causes we made. Okay, so these are some kind of guideline that we have just discussed briefly. So actually we don't have much time, so I just move very first and discuss maybe very briefly. So let's see one impact of such intelligence in one sector, which is known as vehicle sectors. Okay, so here we can find out that nowadays vehicle in many countries is not like is only is a fully manual. It is possible that nowadays vehicle can communicate with a user with the help of their mobile phone. It is possible a vehicle can communicate with another vehicle. It is something like more advanced vehicular systems concept that we are now going to discuss, where a vehicle can communicate with another vehicle. Even a vehicle can communicate with the traffic lights and can tell you that, okay, on this road, there was an accident happened maybe at 3 o'clock today. So those traffic lights, there are some kind of devices are there who can store those data, and whoever the future vehicle can come under that particular region, then the traffic lights where the device is known as RSU has stored those information. They will send those accident related information or sensitive information to those upcoming vehicles who are coming in that particular region, so that all the vehicles make aware of such kind of situation, and they can change their road or the lanes um, uh, based on the requirements. So in this way, we can distribute some advanced newses or some kind of accident related information or weather related information or any kind of things which is a part of such kind of application, V2R, which is known as vehicle to RSU communications. Similarly, also nowadays it is possible vehicle can communicate with cloud systems. Cloud means Google Cloud. For example, you have stored all those information in the cloud. A vehicle itself can communicate instead of a human being. So that is the actually the progress in intelligence in this particular vehicular sector. So you can find out many things, and there are lots of newses, but I just mentioned only one news. For example, the Chat GPT, because most of you know this term. So ChatGPT 4 in transportation sectors actually made a huge advancement with the help of some modeling or some kind of graph-based algorithms. So here you can find out like if a vehicle some encounters some kind of obstacles. For example, a vehicle is trying to move uh, on the left-hand side, and this vehicle is also trying to move to right hand side, something you want to turn right side, for example, then it is possible due to some obstacles they don't know each other or they can't see each other. However, with the help of this language model, GPT-4, it is possible that whenever it is approaching towards that directions, they will send some signals to all the nearby vehicles, all the near vehicles like that. So all those vehicles will get those information. One vehicle is just coming towards me. So I have to give them proper space. Otherwise, there will be one accident. And what is the best example for this? The best example for those ambulance. When ambulance will go, for example, or move to a specific road, in smart vehicle communication concept, they may send some signals where all those nearby vehicles can get those information and react based on that information, which is also possible in this with the help of AI. So that is, you can think of that is one benefit. Yeah, indeed. Okay, so here also you can find out, it's a very funny maybe slide. Yeah, so here you can find out like the German automaker recently showed off how its feature or a future kind of luxuries vehicles or the SUVs could one day integrate the tech like AI technology and can provide a better services. For example, recently many progresses are being there in Tesla, in Mercedes, or any kind of high-end vehicle companies, like popular vehicle companies. They are actually trying to integrate all those concepts like AI concepts or machine learning concept in their vehicle. For example, this is one example. You are asking your vehicle, for example, you don't know, you came to a new city, you don't know anything. So you are looking for, you are hungry, you are looking for some good restaurants, and you are asking your Mercedes or your vehicle that, could you tell me which restaurant is good or has good ratings, or you are asking like which Thai restaurant is best in our town. So if you can ask like this way, it will actually connect with all those nearby restaurants and gets those feedbacks, and then they can trace and they can tell you which Thai restaurant is the best in this town. So the term is best, it is based on your feedbacks, customers feedbacks. So here we can use machine learning or AI to give you this better results. So you can think of now AI has really some a good set of advantages. Maybe you can think of like, okay, you are going at night and it's very no other vehicles on the road, you don't know anything. Can you find out some better services? Your car is not working at this moment properly, you want to fix something in your car, so you need to find out some repair centers, vehicle repair centers. You can interact with your vehicle and vehicle can interact with your internet, okay, and can tell you which is the nearest station, repair stations. So those kind of things are quite useful and quite beneficial for our safety purposes. So you can find out now like AI has like some benefits, as at the same time it has also some like issues. So while you're talking about level of vehicle automation, now actually we are in the level 3. Here you can find out like beautiful lady. So you can find out like she has a steering, and we are actually talking about conditional automation in vehicle sectors. In near future, maybe, so it is just a what you say is just kind of estimation, it's not the exact must be done. So here you can find out by 2024, that is by next year, we are actually moving towards highly automations. So here you can see that lady is actually not holding the steering and is actually reading the book, for example. And by next 10 years, you can consider like it is a full automation where the lady is actually not seeing anything. It's just closing her eyes, and vehicle can control everything. It can detect when another vehicle is coming in front of that vehicle, or how to reach to that particular location with the help of map, maybe Google Map or some Apple provided map or any kind of other data. So you can do those kind of things. So that is actually part of your full automation, which is not possible with the help of AI or machine learning. So it's not like that only AI can help here. There are lots of techniques are there which must be satisfied in order to achieve this full automation concept. However, AI is playing a huge role or a major role, is a part of such kind of innovations. Okay, so this part actually I have already discussed. Okay, so while we have discussed about all those advantages of AI in terms of vehicle sectors or in terms of healthcare sector, that is the automatically you can diagnostics or provide some diagnostics like patients treatment and everything is possible automatically. So on the other hand side, again, as I said many times, like the privacy protections is a huge concerns in in AI. So because nowadays lot many data are being generated with the help of 5G, 6G maybe in the future, and we have lots of communication concepts. Recent concepts are coming into the market. Maybe some of you heard about the name like quantum computing is also a very hot topic. So if we have AI and quantum computing, then probably you can damage the whole society and can design a new society. Means when these two technologies will come together, then you can think about real paradigm shift kind of things. But till date, we have like many privacy concern on AI, and indeed they are really very risky and challenging how to solve, specifically related to the personal information, that is the PI. So that is we have to design such kind of system in such a way that they should not mislead those personal information. Okay, so these are some of those things. So because I don't have much time, so I'm just skipping those things. Like, are we safe when AI takes over? For example, when you are talking about driverless vehicle, there is no driver. You are just sitting in the car, and the vehicle will move, follow some specific route, and you will reach that particular location, your desired locations. So yes, so it is fully programming kind of thing. So it is possible that someone can change the some program and you may face some danger. You are not going to actual location, you are going somewhere, some unsafe location. So some kind of problems may uh, you may find out in this particular concept like AI integration with vehicle. Some kind of traffic signal misconfiguration. For example, it should be red light, but someone has control your traffic light and can turn on the green signals on the both hand side. So maybe vehicles may collide and may perform some kind of accident. So it is also a concern in vehicular concept. So there are some kind of, in this way there are many issues are there. And so this is just, I give you basic idea about like only the one technology, that is the AI. And AI is much more huge, a big concept. It is nothing like whatever the automation we are doing, everything is a part of AI. You have to you have to give the specific name, like which one is a machine learning, which is on a deep learning, and which is actually a part of AI. So you have to specify properly the terms or terminology. However, there are some other emerging technologies also in nowadays for our society. The first one is known as Internet of Things. I think most of you already know this Internet of Things. Internet of Things is something like, a very basic definition is everything is connected with the help of internet. Everything, whether it is a vehicle, whether your home with mobile phone, whether your camera with mobile phone, or you can control some specific settings of your office at your office. For example, you can turn on your computer at your office, and you can also turn it off with the help of mobile phone. So it is also a part of Internet of Things. It is also very important concept. And with the help of Internet of Things, actually, you are actually moving towards the edge computing. And edge computing is another important concept, which actually talks about like no need to send the data to the cloud server. You can solve some partial calculation nearby to your mobile phone, or nearby is the edge of the network. So that is some kind of another concept called edge computing. And the last concept is very well known to everyone, that is the cloud computing or remote storage and its access control. The access control is really challenging. For example, you keep your data in the cloud, how to ensure that only some piece of or a set of friends or your known friend, personal friends only can access this data. It's not like everyone. Now you may think of why not? It is, what is the challenge here? The challenge is while you are sending those data in the Google Drive itself is a public database or server. Okay, so when you're talking about public, it means everyone is eligible to access the data. However, you have to restrict those access. So that is your access control. So these three technologies, Internet of Things, edge computing, cloud computing, are highly coupled and highly popular nowadays, getting popular nowadays. And now AI also come into this picture in our society, like in this in many different society sectors. So you can think, if we have a strong connections of AI, Internet of Things, edge computing, or with your cloud computing, then your society will be called as a smart societies where everything is everything is available on your mobile phone. You can access everything with the help of your mobile phone or smart gadget or your smart watch, provided that you have some access rights. Okay, so these are some kind of other emerging technologies apart from your AI. Okay, so we came to the conclusion part. So what we think as of now, about the AI. So yes, AI indeed has some kind of features, or it has some kind of beautiful properties. Based on that, we can really think we can solve some problem for our society and can make our society even more better. So some of those advantages I have mentioned here, for example, functions without stopping, risk reducing, precisions or accuracy. For example, what is the percentage of rain today? For example, the accuracy nowadays, you, most of you, I think, have observed nowadays, for example, whatever Google is saying, talking about how much percentage is rain, there are highly chance that it should happen nowadays compared to the earlier days. So why? Because we have lots of data available and we have lots of algorithms are available to make it more accurate. Okay, so similarly, it has some kind of beautiful features of fraud detections, because, for example, you have installed your smart camera in your room. So any kind of fraud detections or any kind of things you can easily capture with the help of analysis, data analysis. Also, it can manage records and it can provide some kind of leverage task. It's very important because human cannot work 24 hours. However, with the help of machine learning, a robot can provide a better result and it can work 24 hours. So 24 into 7. So it's really very useful if you are thinking AI in a good directions. And some kind of diagnostics, treatment, and all those things are very, very useful in this context of AI. So it has also some cons or disadvantages. For example, uh, as of now, we don't have much more human oriented or some more advancement. We don't have such kind of advancement like how the human is thinking. The same way robot can think also. The same problem is not, we cannot have that much progress till date. It is possible that wrong hands cause destructions. It is possible that since we are sending too many data, so it is also possible that those data can be misused by some attacker and can be changed. Then AI can interact with you in a wrong way, in a bad manners, or some kind of possible destructions or some kind of possible mismanagements. And also some people also talk about like this part, because but this is highly questionable. Is it really true? Because many people, many researchers, they think about like unemployment may be possible due to the AI, because everything will be automated. Then why we need that many people in our society to work for the same thing? However, some other researchers also they have think about like, okay, you are saying that is correct, but the thing is that while you are actually adapting such kind of machines or robots to solve your problem, those robots also need to be supervised by some user, okay, or by some authority. So why not people don't do work directly to that particular service or provide such kind of services. However, they can supervise those machines, so that is also indirectly some other task. Okay, so yes, so unemployment will be there or not, that is a questionable. But yes, with the help of AI, you can think of the unemployment percentage will be increased, but it is not like the country will be it is full of unemployment. It is not a true statements, but yes, some level of increase, like a rise, you can find out in the unemployment part. While you're considering AI, it is possible. Okay, so without taking much time, I think I am late by 5 minutes or so. So that's the end of this presentation, and uh, I'm not sure because we have very less time, so I'm not very sure like how much it is informative. But I try to highlight some parts. Hopeful like people may go through it, and if it is useful for them, then I'll be happy. Okay, so with these remarks, thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any queries, maybe you can contact me. I have shared my email ID. You may discuss with me like anytime, like if you have some better idea, maybe you can do some collaborative work. And also it is possible. So yes, and if you have any other few questions, maybe I'll be happy to discuss. That's from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to take a moment to express my deepest appreciation for the exceptional speech we just witnessed on AI and technology in research. Your presentation was nothing short of enlightening about a very recent and an interesting topic. The way you effortlessly navigated through the complex landscapes of AI and technology and its profound impact on research is really commendable. You made cutting edge technology accessible to all of us, regardless of our prior knowledge in the field. And your speech not only shed light on the current state of AI in research, but also painted a very vivid picture of the possibilities and opportunities it presents for the future. And your insights into the ethical considerations and potential challenges associated with the AI research were both thought provoking and necessary for our collective understanding. And I can see that the chat box is flooded with praises from our participants, which once again testify our heartfelt appreciation for your talk. And so thank you once again. And sir has already shared his contact number, so our respected our those who are watching, they can contact sir for better understanding. So thank you once again from the core of my heart for this
Yeah.
wonderful session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh. And also, I'd like to thank all the committee members for this nice arrangement and give me an opportunity for presenting or showcasing my ongoing work. And thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just closing my screen then. It's okay. Okay, thank you very much. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you. So I now move towards the third plenary speaker, Dr. Nimita Abubekar. Dr. Abubekar is working as an assistant professor at School of Management Studies, Kochi University of Science and Technology. She has secured research fellowships and best paper awards from eminent institutions like University Grants Commission, Indian Institute of Management, University of Hyderabad, Indian Society for Training and Development, and Indian Academy of Management. With several research papers in international journals, including the Academy of Management annual proceedings, she is a reviewer to more than a dozen international journals and has won the Emerald Literary Award for the Outstanding Reviewer in 2022 and 2021. Dr. Nimita is a member of editorial board, Journal of Global Hospitality and Tourism, University of South Florida, Society and Business Review, which is ABDC B category journal, Emerald Publications, and several other national and international journals of repute. Dr. Nimita's research works has been invited for presentation in renowned international conferences, including Academy of Management and Annual Conference, Texas and A&M University, Central Texas, IIM Ahmedabad, and University of South Florida. Dr. Nimita is a management consultant and is also a highly sought after resource person to national and international workshops and faculty development programs on research methodology, bibliometrics, and systematic review of literature, web and text analytics, academic publishing, business analytics, and data analysis using IBM, SPSS, AMOS, etc. Today, she'll be talking about systematic literature review, SLR, and AI applications. So I welcome ma'am on the virtual stage to deliver her talk.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all participants, all teachers and scholars who have joined from all parts of the nation. Before we start, let me express my sincere thanks to all the organizing committee members, especially Dr. Sohail sir, Dr. Soumya sir, Dr. Rana, and other dignitaries and teachers who have organized this wonderful session with very excellent content of speeches, and also so many varied themes of research. Thank you for organizing this, and also thank you for inviting me to be part of this. Let me please share my screen. Sir, could you please tell me whether the screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. So, on a formal note, let me please extend a warm good afternoon to all who have joined the conference. I wish you all the very best. Today, I have been given 1 hour and 40 minutes to cover a whole wide content of topic which we usually take us a day or 2 days workshop. But then again, I will do my best so that you won't feel unworthy of having spent your 1 hour and 40 minutes. So the top agenda for the session is we will have a brief introduction to systematic review of literature. What is it different from the narrative literature or the traditional literature that we have been hearing around? Why the sudden increase in systematic review of literature? Then moving on, we will see what are the key steps in conducting a systematic review of literature. Then we will move on to see what are the protocols and guidelines, the most commonly discussed ones in academic literature. What are the protocols? Where do I get hold of it? How do I do it? How do I report it in a research paper? And then we'll move on to see this is a very ambitious agenda for the session, but still we'll give a try. We'll see how do we proceed with what are the major contents instead of just putting in so many figures. What is it that the reviewer looks for when we get a paper of systematic review of literature? And then we will conclude with having a peep at different AI tools that will help us do the review process more easier and more effective. To start with, you can post your comments into the chat box. We'll take it up towards the middle or the end of the session. So to start with, the process of reviewing has always been so consuming. Whatever I see is from my perspective as a researcher, as a learner, as a student. The process of review of literature has been so time consuming for me, has been so cumbersome. For instance, what usually how I did my PhD was, I have no shame in admitting that I learned all this after getting my PhD awarded. I never got any chance to hear them. Maybe it's not about the chance. I didn't explore all this when I was doing my PhD years back. So what I would do is every day we'll go to the department, and then we'll go to Google Scholar, search for we have subscription to Scope, Emerald, and Springer, Jester. So I'll take up my keywords, workplace spirituality, well-being, all those things, and then we'll start from one end, and then we'll get bored, close it, then move on to the next one. So with one search itself, we get lakhs of reports, research papers. So looking back, when I got to learn about systematic review of literature a couple of years ago, I start wondering, oh my God, did I miss the best of the research paper in my topic? Did I miss the most parent paper in my research topic despite spending 3-4 years on my research? And that is where the relevance of systematic review of literature is. So, review of literature, why should we do review of literature? Because as a researcher, we are interested to know what has been examined so far and what is yet to be examined. And there lies our research gap. So, as a beginner, we always look at review of literature as a gold mine where we dig in again and again at different places, and you struck gold, and yeah, that's my research gap, and that's my statement of problem. So it's the same. It's the same, but in systematic review of literature, we explore the mine, we do the gold digging, we do the mining in a more systematic way, so that the entire process becomes more effective, more unbiased, and it will reach us to a more scientific, outcome. And that's where the systematic review of literature is placed for me as a researcher. Before we move on to the definition or even more details of a systematic review of literature, I just want to share something with you, which this paper, which I'll be sharing with Dr. Sohail later. This is a 2009 paper, which is most commonly discussed in all workshops, a typology of reviews, an analysis of 14 review types and associated methodologies. In this paper, the authors discuss about 14 types of review of literature: critical review, literature review, mapping review, meta analysis, mixed method review, overview, qualitative systematic review, rapid review, scoping review, state of the art review, systematic review, umbrella review. 14 types of them are there. I will share this paper with you after the session. When you have some free time, please have a look at it, because otherwise, we'll get a we might think that, oh, it's not that's nothing to do with traditional review of literature, there is nothing to do with narrative review of literature, it is all about systematic review of literature. No, that's not the case. Systematic review of literature is just one type of review of literature. So please familiarize with all 14 of them and see what is best for my research, and then move ahead accordingly. Okay. So of the 14 review types, SLR. It is a, please, you don't have to read the whole thing. The slides are just as a handout, just to structure the entire session. Please see what is written, highlighted in bold. It's a methodical and comprehensive approach to identifying, evaluating, and synthesizing existing research on a specific topic. So instead of me having, going to Google Scholar, so so this is my this is how I used to do review of literature. Suppose we are talking about teachers, so I am interested in teachers well-being. I'm going to do a review of literature on teachers' well-being. Okay, so there has been 2,710 results, relationship between high school teachers' well-being and teachers' efficacy, which is published by this particular author in this journal, this particular year, and this is the link. Teachers' well-being and perceptions of leadership practices in this journal. Yes, and the list goes on. So 2,710 results. So what I usually would do is I would go here. Okay, I would click on this. I would start reading from one side, and then I would read probably half of it, one fourth of it, three-fourth of it, the entire thing, and then I would come back, and then I will just keep on reading the second page, third page. That's one way of doing it. And then the next time I search for, I find, please see the left side, anytime since 2023. So here the Google algorithm has returned me results based on the relevance. I would like to know what are the papers that has been published since 2019. So on the left bar, there's a button. So now when I have clicked on 2019, again, all these research papers on teachers' well-being after 2019. So again, I would click one by one and then read them and then summarize them, identify the research gap, what was there. So this is another way of doing it. Now, my question is, what if one among these journals, or of the 100, 15 among these journals papers are predatory journals, which means that they have not undergone the appropriate review process but has been published online in journals that are predatory in nature by just paying say 1000, 2000, 5000, 10,000, or whatever. So how do I know the most challenging part of a researcher that I have now seen is, madam, I saw a research gap from in this particular journal. I have 5 variables in my study, and for measuring stress, say this is about teachers' well-being. So measuring stress, I took the scale that was mentioned in this particular paper, and there my scholar has a has a problem, because this scale, this research paper has been published without undergoing appropriate peer review process, without having undergone the confirmation, the corrections, the revision of good authors or professors in this domain. And unfortunately, she took a scale that appeared in such a predatory. This just came out of random frontiers in psychology, whatever it is. MDPI. That's a predatory journal. So in this particular journal, and her entire questionnaire went wrong, and that she couldn't get appropriate data. So this process of going to Google Scholar, searching for random keywords, random papers, random time zones, here I have a problem. I am not doing my review of literature in a systematic way, but rather I am doing review of literature in a subjective. What I think is appropriate. Well, I feel that MDPI is a good publisher. Dr. Soumya finds that MDPI is a predatory journal publisher. So who decides what is good and bad? And that's when we move on from the traditional or the unsystematic, unstructured review of literature to systematic review of literature. I hope you find what is the difference, because it's you get to see towards the end. You can ask as many questions as you want. We'll try to discuss them. The difference between systematic review of literature and the traditional review of literature is all about the word systematic. Okay, so we'll see what is systematic. So systematic review of literature, this is one image I got from the Google Images recently. Systematic, please have a look. Systematic review of literature is both qualitative and quantitative in nature. So when it's quantitative in nature, you discuss the things like bibliometric analysis, statistical stuff, meta-analysis, analyzing the empirical results of whatever has come in the review. That's a quantitative part of it. The qualitative part of it is we do the content analysis. We see what are the themes that people have been discussing all these past 25 years. We see what kind of samples, what kind of topics have they been discussing. I found this image interesting because some scholars, including myself, initially we had this thought that systematic review of literature is mostly qualitative in nature. And we identify the themes, topics, and then came this flood of bibliometric analysis, the papers and workshops, where we thought that it is all about Vossure and BiblioShiny and all those softwares. My humble perspective is systematic review of literature includes both qualitative and quantitative perspectives. Now, how do you do this? Is mostly there is nothing in the slides. We are moving on to the hands-on, because then only we'll get to know what is it that I am doing right. You as a scholar is you doing right. What is it that you are doing it wrong? So we'll move on to the hands-on session. So just a broad outline, steps in systematic review of literature. First, we conceptualize and create the protocol. Unlike the traditional literature review process, systematic review has to start from a research question. And that is something that we cannot just get out of it, that we cannot escape. Systematic review, you are doing SLR on employee well-being. What? What are you doing? SLR on employee well-being? No, no, no. Sorry, I made a mistake. I am doing an SLR on how teachers' well-being uh, affects their affects their life satisfaction. Mhm. Or most of them are almost the same. Maybe you can share something with me in the chat box. How teachers' well-being affects their job performance. Okay, that's very plain. But then again, how teachers' well-being affect their job performance and their extra role behaviors in the institution. So I have a question. What has been the literature telling on teachers' well-being and its outcomes? So I have a problem. Teachers' well-being is very low these days because research says that teachers have been mostly doing have been doing more of administrative work than teaching work these days. We have more of accreditation sessions than our teaching sessions these days. So under the change circumstances, how teachers well-being have been doing. So I am not interested in teachers well-being since time immemorial. I am interested in teachers well-being since after the COVID era. So after 2020, since 2020 or after 2021. So my research question is how teachers' well-being, what is it that the research talks about teachers' well-being since 2020? To address that question, I'm going to the literature with a protocol. I'm searching for, see the second stage, with a protocol, which we will see right now. And based on that protocol, I'm searching for the studies. Then I'm screening the studies. I'm not interested in studies that have appeared in medicine. I'm interested only in teachers who are working and say in the perspective of commerce and management, or I'm interested only in work that has been published in the domain of education. So I have different screening process. Then I appraise the studies. I have a look at them manually. Always remember that we'll be having spend some time on AI tools. But no matter, in the last session was very beautiful. Thank you, Professor, for your discussion. The and he beautifully concluded with how AI, how we as human beings should approach AI with our perspective, with our ethics, with our integrity. And again, the same process, the same concept applies here also. We appraise the studies based on our logic, our research question, and finally we extract the data. So now let me take you to the first point of concern, or first point of most critical importance when it comes to review of literature, systematic review of literature. Please note the mistake that is I just made. I just mentioned review of literature. Here we are talking about systematic review of literature. So the primary step that we have to take care of, what differentiate the normal review from the systematic review of literature, is the data source. So right now, some time ago, we were seeing you were seeing me reading from Google Scholar discussing on teachers' well-being, and whatever you want to discuss, or job performance, or I want to have a look on digital wallets, whatever it is. No, this is one way of doing it. Google Scholar is one database that lists different journals. In systematic review of literature, selecting the appropriate data source is very important. Okay, it is very important that we search from, that we read from, that we synthesize from only reliable sources of information. So what are the reliable sources of information, madam? The most reliable sources of information as per our current academic literature is Web of Science and Scopus database. Of course, Google Scholar is a database, but it is not recognized as a authentic, as a reliable data source right now. Why? I hope you understand the reason why. Because it lists also predatory journals as well. Okay, so as a beginner, so those who are just started your research, or at least into less than 1 year of research, always remember not to read from Google Scholar for the first 2 years of your research. Only read from Scopus and Web of Science. Once you have read and framed your research question, identified the research gap, then I strongly suggest you to come to Google Scholar and read for a while, because then you get to know, yes, what is the difference, no, the style of language, what are the mistakes that people are making, so that we as researchers, we will never go with publishing with predatory journals and reading from publishing journals, taking scales from predatory journals, taking research gaps from predatory journals. Never ever do that. So as beginners, always make sure that we read from only reliable data sources, which is Web of Science and Scopus. Now, from among Web of Science and Scopus, if you have a look at the SLR and bibliometric papers that have appeared in top tier journals, there are there two people. Authors follow different philosophies. Some of them stick to one database. This study reviews papers, articles that has appeared in Scopus. This research paper reviews articles that have appeared in Web of Science. And the third set of research papers, they say that we have search extracted data from Scopus and Web of Science and merged them, and we proceed with synthesizing them. So those are the three different approaches from Scopus, from Web of Science, and from. So now let us see. So please have a look at the screen again. I got this from Google Images. Please have a look at the screen. So should I take my review of literature? So the best option is, of course, Web of Science and Scopus, both of them. But it depends on your area of research. I am into social science. So what is the coverage for my topic in Web of Science? Web of Science is a database that lists different journals, say 20,000, or say 100 journals, not 100, 20,000 journals. Scopus list 40, much more times. But which of the disciplines are listed mostly in Web of Science? It's mostly excellent coverage for biochemistry, chemistry, physics, science kind of topics, and good coverage for psychology, social science, and moderate coverage for. We'll see. There are 5,000 plus publishers, but see the difference in Scopus. Scopus is a much wider database which lists many more journals, and it covers all these are from Google Images, or or you can taken directly from the Scopus website. Please have a look. Please have a look. Whatever your area is, life science, social science, health science, physical science. What is your area of coverage, your discipline coverage in Scopus? So Scopus has 25,000, whereas Web of Science has relatively less. So that is why since Scopus has more wider coverage, and that is why most of the bibliometric and SLR papers you see focus on or collects data from Scopus database. But always remember, the best thing is to combine both of them. And there is yet another database. I don't know if you have heard of that. This is an emerging domain. Very few research papers have been published using this database, Dimensions. This is yet another scientific research database. Just just to be aware, but always remember that top 10 journals will not publish your will not even take for review if you have taken your paper, if you have done your search from Dimensions right now. But we never know, times may change after a couple of years. Dimensions also will come into this strata of being tagged as reliable data source. Many are there. PubMed, that is yet another database for medical science articles. Okay, so well-being. The point I'm trying to tell you is, see, well-being 14,852 papers are on well-being have appeared here in PubMed. So the data source, the source from where we are going to extract our research papers, it is a subjective decision, and that decision has to be made very carefully. Otherwise, you will have a lot of trouble publishing our paper. Okay, so should I stick on with Scopus alone? Should I stick with Web of Science alone? Should I take IEEE alone? Should I not go for PubMed alone? I don't know. You as a researcher have to decide based on your research question. How broad is your research question? How deep is your research question? Only based on that you will be able to, you should decide upon whether you should have one source or multiple sources. I hope it is clear. If there is anything, you can please post in the chat window. And can I use Google Scholar as a review database? No. The answer is no as of right now, this day, this year. Because top tier journal editors, they don't accept Google Scholar as a review database. I am sure you know the reason why. Because it contains predatory journals as well. So now to proceed with systematic review of literature, we have major databases, Web of Science, Science and Scopus. So yeah, I hardly have time to show you the entire process of keyword search, but always remember that systematic review of literature is about repeating the same thing again and again, because that is what is important. Is about the systematicity, the methodology part of, and it all is grounded in this particular keyword. What you see on the screen is different keyword searches that I have heard made before. So since all of us are teachers, let us try a new search. TES, teacher well-being. Okay, so I'll search for teacher well-being. How many papers have come up? 1547 results from Web of Science. So 1447 papers in Scopus has discussed on teachers' well-being, and these are those ones. But then my teacher asked me, "Hello, madam, what you have searched now for is teacher space well-being," which means that all those research papers which list teacher and which list well-being will also appear in this 1587. No, I didn't mean that. I want this. I want teacher well-being. Key term together. So I'm going to put a double quotes. I'm going to search again. Oh, see, 1547 has come down to 101. Teacher well-being. Teacher well-being. You see the difference? And this is just a glimpse of how the technical stuff that we should take care of while we do a review of it. The search. This is called the search strategy. Search keyword search strategy. And yes, and now one place where and then my my friend comes and asks me, "Hello, madam, who told you that well-being is written like this? I have seen well-being written like well-being." So this is one. That's a spelling mistake. Well-being. Well-being. Okay, well-being. So my friend is asking me, "Hello, lady, I have seen people writing well-being like this also, well-being. Is that so?" Oh my God, yes, that is so. See, many papers are you making use of. So in that case, when I did my teacher well-being search here, I have a problem. I forgot to include, so no, well-being was not captured. So I will write teacher well-being or teacher well-being. Let me see if there could be any difference. From 101, it has gone to 332. See, teacher well-being, a systematic review of literature. Data shared in the Google Scholar are not from predatory journals. We can take help of smart search open. Of course, sir. Of course. Thank you for telling that. Of course. But the problem is here we can see this particular if you search for everyone, every single we'll lose our time. See, when right now we have searched for well-being. This has articles from Elsevier, Springer, but at the same Elsevier, Springer, but at the say suppose cell.com, which I am totally unaware of, but for the sake of discussion, we are taking as cell.com. Suppose that is a predatory journal. it also comes here. So as a novice, as a beginner, it is very difficult for me to screen one by one, because I don't know the ABDC list. I don't know no ABK list. They are all different smart search options. But to start with, times may change. Right now, they do not accept Google Scholar as a database in your methodology section. Please have a look at that. So right now we are discussing about well-being. Okay. Now my friend comes and asked me, Madam, do you think that all the papers are going to tell you about teacher well-being? Have you not heard? No, okay, this is my friend asking me, have you not heard of educator well-being? Have you not heard of people, no, research authors talking about teachers as educators? Because I find that something I am a author trying to impress the editor. So instead of teachers, which is a very old boring word, I think educators well-being. Let me put it like that: early childhood educators well-being. Mhm. Oh yes, you are right, my dear friend. So let me go back and or we'll stop with this. But I hope you get my point. Keyword strategy is the core essence of systematic review of literature. So instead of doing all this, what I will do is probably, I will have teacher. Here again, there is something. It will. I don't. For the sake of simplicity, I am putting teacher or teachers. Another option would be you can just write teacher and put a star, so that teachers will come, teachers apostrophe will come, teachers apostrophe, all those things will come, teacher, or educator. Again the same case, educators apostrophe, educators apostrophe, all those might come. So I'm going to truncate teacher or educator, and well-being, well-being, or well hyphen b. Mhm. So 6,798. See the difference? We got 1,500 in the beginning, then we got 101, then we got 300 and something, and now we have 6,392. I do not know if this is where I should end with, but this is how you should start with. I hope you get my point. Okay. So then again my friend tells me, we don't have more time to focus on this. My friend tells me, Madam, you should not just include well-being, you should include happiness also, you should include life satisfaction also. Yes, I think I should include that, and that there goes my keyword, which well, there's a copy query link which I am going to paste in my research paper. Mhm. This is my query, which the reviewers will ask for. So that is one base thing about keyword strategy, which you all should be very care of. Now, there are so many filters towards the left side. We will see that when we talk of Prisma methodology. So right now what we saw was Web of Science. Let us have a quick look at Scopus, because that's what majorly people use. So what I'm going to search for teacher well-being. Hello, am I audible? Is my net connection okay? Okay, okay. I have searched for teacher well-being and I got 268. Then my friend tells me teacher well hyphen being. The same process. It's the same process and the same rules for both Scopus and Web of Science 851. And then it goes on. A teacher or educator, the same keyword you can use here also. Always remember that there might be some overlap of journal articles from Scopus and Web of Science. So what we usually do is we download both of them. We do the conditional formatting in MS Excel and identify duplicate. We remove them, and finally we have the document list. Okay, so that is some primary information on data extraction. So please have a look at it. I hope your institution has access to Scopus and Web of Science. Even if you so Dimension is one, yet another platform. Lens.org, PubMed is yet another. Different platforms are there. Please see, since we are into most of the since Department of Education is organizing this conference, I am unaware of which your database is the most authentic one is. So please have a look at the review papers that appear in your research domain, and please make a subjective, informed decision based on that. Okay, never ever. Again, I come back to the predatory journal issue. If you have a look at the predatory, how the predatory journals affect us reading and taking information from them, is there are so many predatory journals I have seen where they have extracted their data from Google Scholar. I'm not saying that Google Scholar is bad, is all bad. Google Scholar, I'm in love with Google Scholar because it gives you a very broad view of both good and bad. But to start with, better stick to Scopus and Web of Science. So mastering the art of keyword selection, that is what we saw, just use of booleans, quotation mark, parenthesis, wildcard, truncation, the star part of it. Okay. Now, so am I so here we have search for teacher well-being or teachers well-being. This is in Scopus. So I'm going to click all of them and I can export and I will get the Excel or CSV file. Okay. So before doing that, I would like to take you to familiarize you with the review protocols. First and the most, no, the this is the most commonly used one. Most commonly used one, Prisma protocol, preferred reporting items for systematic review and meta-analysis. And there is a website which helps you with this, prismastatement.org. Here you can see all information regarding to transparent reporting of systematic review. You can just note on prisma-statement.org. Okay, and the best thing about this is on the right side you can see key documents, Prisma 2020 checklist, Prisma 2020 flow diagram, and when you click on that, you will be able to download the Word file, the diagram that we usually see in SLR papers. See, I'm sure all of you might have seen this. This is the template that they help us use. So record. So what I have to do is I have to just edit this records identified from. I have identified from Scopus. How many did we get from Scopus? We got 876. Just for the sake of this. Suppose I'm using both Scopus and Web of Science. From Web of Science, I got 621. This is just some hypothetical. Records removed before screening. Duplicate records removed. I have removed 32 of them. Yes, that is all. And record screen after 632. And after removing 32, I got 600. And records excluded because not relevant. And I excluded 300 of them. And the remaining of them are 300. See, this is how you see how easy this has been. And finally, in the review, I have included 79 papers. This is just something hypothetical. I just want to see you share with you that this template is available here in the website. You can just download it and you can simply edit it. And all you have to do is just copy paste this into your research paper. And that is one we easily see. Yes, you see one. Almost all bibliometric and SLR papers you will be seeing this. This is an A journal. See, like this. This is how you build the Prisma model. If there is anything, you can please ask in the chat window. If there's anything additional, I don't know everything under the sky. If somebody knows more, I'm sure many are there. Whatever extra information you have, please post it in the chat window so that all of us can learn from you. So the Prisma framework is all about identifying, screening, checking for the eligibility, and finally the inclusion, which is what we saw right now. Now reports included, not relevant. How do you arrive at these? I can show you some examples and then we'll go to Prisma samples. This is one thing I took from an research paper. So from PsycInfo, they have extracted 67 articles, from Science Direct 1599, from Web of Science 462, from different, and after removing 1731. Then the first screening, titles and abstracts review, and the second screening, third screening, different. See how people are. This is yet another model. Records identified from databases, duplicates removed, screening. How do you screen? Some of them are. So now we will go have a look at that. These are the different samples. So now I am going to Scopus. So now what we have searched for? We have searched for teacher well-being or teacher well-being. So two different keywords. But that's not just the right keyword. Always remember that educator, truncation, all those, you have to what are the synonyms for well-being. We don't have time to discuss all that. So keyword strategy is something that grounds, that makes our systematic review of literature and even bibliometric analysis scientific. So please spend so much of time and thought and effort on that. So now we are going to see how can you screen. Then here we have on the left side, I'll just scroll through the web page. You see the filters. Year is one filter. So right now we have information from, we'll see that we have information from first instance till 2020-23. You can change that. Author name, do you want from any one particular author, or whatever author, all the authors. And then subject criteria, please see. So right now the 851 documents that we have are from which all subject areas. 597 from social science, 347 from psychology, medicine, arts and science, computer, engineering, energy, nursing, mathematics, decision, neuroscience, biochemistry. Our database right now includes all those papers which are included in all these domains. So me as a researcher, based on my research question, I find that no, I'm not interested in immunology, biochemistry. This is a very subjective decision. You can't just tick and untick and then just say this is my logic. Your logic has to be scientifically arrived at. Please remember. So based on my, suppose I have a very thorough logic on what all should be covered in my study. So I want only that have appeared in social science, psychology, and business and management. Why not business and management? Because I think since teachers well-being is not just a managerial issue, it is also a managerial issue, but it can also be taken up by teachers in education as well. It can also be published by researchers in psychology as well. So and that is my logic of selecting these three subject areas, and you should have your own logic, which should be data driven. Okay, so limiting to all this. So it was 852, and right now it has become 740. Okay, now let me see document type. So I go to my Prisma model, record screen, records excluded only, social science, psychology, and you have to do this very neatly. Okay, I'm just doing it for the psycho. N is equal to 7. What was our number? 743. Oh, this was a random number, right? So 743. So from 800, it has come to 743. Mhm. So you subtract and put it in the removed list. Now document type. So article 619, book chapter, all these are included right now. So there has been a literature telling that don't include conference papers because it can be duplicate of article or book chapters. So I don't want a conference. I don't want erratums. I don't want. Let everything else be there. So I want to exclude conference papers and exclude. $732. So from 743, it has come to 732. This is how you do the screening, and this is what comes as different entries in the Prisma flow diagram. I hope it is clear to all of you. Countries, if you want research papers published only from any particular country, you can give a tick mark for that also. I am interested in research papers that are only in English. Okay, I don't want that as in Spanish, Italian, because I will not be able to process that. That's what limitation, of course. But that's a very common methodology that we see in research paper, SLR and bibliometric papers. So I will limit to English. And based on your research logic and your research question, you can do this filtering. It's the same in Web of Science also. And finally, I have arrived at, let us, you don't do SLR with 703 research papers. You do SLR on based on your very narrow topic, teachers and or teacher well-being or teacher well-being. We say suppose I'm interested. I just want to shorten this. That's all. I have limited to only. Always remember, we don't do SLR on such a broad topic like teachers well-being, and say something pandemic. When you do things like that, I get it. There's a research funnel. I hope you recall the research funnel from broad to narrow. So finally, I have this list which I am going to export. I'm just clicking on all, and I'm going to click on export CSV file. So this is my base. Or remember that this cannot be done in a matter of 10, 20 minutes or even 2 hours. Search strategy requires lot of thoughtful deliberation. So what is my search strategy? I can copy paste this with all these queries. Save search. Just a moment. See, this is our keyword strategy. Well-being limited to subject area, excluded document, conference papers, and erratums, and limited to English. And this is what goes in my keyword strategy. Okay. So when the reviewer get your SLR paper, first they have a look at this. Is it an inclusive? Is it an inclusive search based on your research question? This one is not an inclusive one because why? Because you are not included for educators. The plural has not come here. I hope you get the point. Unfortunately, we don't have more time to spend on this. But the point is always remember that keyword strategy is the most important thing, and Prisma is what helps you with this process. There are yet another protocols also SPAR 4. No, that also helps you scientific procedure and rationales for systematic review of literature. Now, this is a freely available research paper. Just go to Google and find this. So, whatever you find appropriate based on your domain, please stick on to that. But always remember, have a protocol. Okay. Yes. And then how you actually do it. So here we have the list of all the authors, author full names, title of the research paper, investigate, teachers' well-being and role of resilience, year, source, title, the name of the journal, volume, issue, on a page and page start, abstract of all the research papers. And here, the next slide I have was on data cleaning. Mhm. Now, what is data cleaning about? Because we have done a very thorough search on Scopus. No, there can still be scope for data cleaning. Please have a look here. The abstract is not available. So in that case, this way, what you can do is either we can go to investigating teachers' well-being and role of resilience. You can keep note of that. And then you do a manual search. This is a book, and that's why it doesn't have an abstract. Okay, great. So this is how you my point here is just because there is no abstract available, it doesn't mean that just right click and click on delete. No, please have a manual. No abstract available. So which is this research paper, devolution and teachers well-being by the authors. Systematic review of literature is something that requires a minimum of 6 months of work, but it is worth it because you're synthesizing the entire literature in your area, and you're going to get your citations for decades to come. So the abstract is available. So what you can do is you can copy this and paste it here. Mhm. No abstract available, you can paste it here. Mhm. And that is how you go through this one by one, and then you finalize your database. So this is what we are going to do our research on. Mhm. Then this to some extent bibliometric analysis no process is similar to this extent. The difference is that from this point bibliometric analysis is about statistical analysis on what are the major authors, number of citations, keyword occurrences mapping, all those things and all. But here this based on our research question, based on our most appropriate search strategy, we have finalized these research papers, and now I'm going to get the full paper of all these research papers. Okay, and they will form the base of my systematic review of literature. Mhm. Okay. So these 25. Oh, no, no. This is a very random, very wrong process in terms of telling, we have not, our keyword strategy has not been inclusive. So what is the number of papers with which we can proceed with systematic review of literature? It depends on your research question. Suppose use of AI in education, in particular medicine. How teachers have been using, educators have been using artificial intelligence in the area of medical education. The answer, so the AI has been here only since some time. So no, it has been adopted to the education sector only since some time. So I can expect to have only a handful of them, probably 25 of them. At the same time, having a larger context. There I am expecting something around 60 to 80, things like that. Anyway, the point I am trying to tell you is we don't do an SLR with hundreds of research papers. When you please have a look at the different systematic review of literature, good ones, not the predatory ones, systematic good SLR papers, you will find that there will be a handful of them. Why there is only a handful of them? Because the research question is very, very specific. Okay. So the next step is downloading, getting hold of all the full papers of these research titles, and then we proceed with analysis. So I hope till now we have been discussing about framing how SLR is different from the traditional review of literature. SLR is systematic, so it follows a method, it follows a framework, it follows a protocol. So what are the different protocols? Different protocols include Prisma, SPAR4. How am I going to synthesize? So where do I get my data from? Do I get my data from the internet? No, I do not get my data. No, the internet is not my data source. Rather, credible, reliable data sources, research databases like Scopus and Web of Science are my data sources. So should I go with one? Should I go with Web of Science? Oh no, some editors, they tell that I'm not interested in review papers that cover only research papers from Web of Science. Why, madam? Why you're not interested? Because Web of Science is a very niche database which has only the top elite journals. I myself, I am not there, or even if I am there, only say only 25 of journals in this finance or psychology are there in Web of Science. So that doesn't means that everything, you all that has appeared in Scopus is junk. No. So it is slightly risky to proceed with the Web of Science alone database. This is just my personal opinion. You as a researcher is a right person to decide, but just have a, based on the different sessions and discussions we had over the past couple of years, this is what I have learned for myself. It might be not okay to stick with Scopus alone, but it would be wrong to stick with Web of Science alone. The best thing is to merge or take from both of them. Okay. And now we have the data list of papers as we have got right now. So what do? I need to analyze. So what do I need to analyze? Again, there are different frameworks for that. So see, this is a Journal of Business Research. This is just a sample paper. Business model innovation, systematic review of literature, and future research agenda. So why are you doing as SLR? Because I want to know. We had this first slide. Because I want to know what has been examined and what is yet to be examined. See the title: Systematic Review of Literature and Future Research Agenda. The same thing. What has been done and what is yet to be examined. Always remember that from the file that we have here right now, or from the list of research papers, full papers that we have right now, we need to come to something like this here. We need to, this is what. So please see, this is why my favorite is this particular, a future research framework. And this is why they are here in this A journal also. You have to identify as many research gaps as possible and suggest a conceptual framework. And this should be your outcome. Another method that people follow are, I will just, please give me a moment. This is a good top tier journal, Consumer Ethics, Review and Research Agenda, from where we are right now and where we need to go. Okay. A detailed review of 106 articles covering 21 journals from, see, that's a methodology. So they have written the introduction, the methodology. And here something that is interesting is they have written their review based on this framework of TCCM. I am sure all of you have heard about it. TCCM: theory, context, characteristics, and methodology. What are the theories used in this area of research? See, this is also a very beautiful paper. So TCCM, I am sure you have heard about it. Just in case any beginner is here, TCCM, you can just go to Google Scholar and search for TCCM framework. There are so many papers, and this is yet another protocol that we have to follow while doing the review. TCs, many are there: radio, antecedents, determinants, outcomes, many are there. But TCCM, as the case we told with Prisma while doing the data extraction, TCCM is yet another protocol that can be that has to be that I would preferably follow while doing my review or analysis, because this is the commonly accepted one. Because other than having some fancy diagrams like bibliometric analysis here, of the 8501 papers, 89 papers, what are the theories that people have discussed, what in which context has it is being done, what are the variables that they have discussed, and what are the methodology, is it longitudinal, cross sectional, and the same. Please have a look at this paper that we are looking right now. My scholar is I have shared this paper with my scholar. She's also working on this. See the table, summary of all the 65 papers that have been included in this review. Author year, what was the research question, what was the theory, what was the method, what was the context, and what was the, and this is what is expected of a SLR, so that the editor, the reviewers, and the readers can have a wow, this is excellent. It gives me it helps, and based, so this is their summarizing what is there, and then they proceed with very detailed, very nice research paper, this one, and then they proceed with future research agenda, theoretical perspective, TCCM framework. See, I hope you are able to see. I can share this paper with you. This is freely available also. We also discuss futures research based on the TCCM framework. So the takeaway point is have framework, have protocols, both for when you do the data extraction and when you do the data summarization. So for the data extraction, we have many protocols, TCCM, SPAR, no, not Prisma and SPAR 4. I would suggest, personally prefer Prisma. And here again, while synthesizing, while analyzing, while reporting the research paper, outcomes, research papers, we have different frameworks, TCCM, we have ADO, antecedents, determinants and outcomes. Antecedents, present knowledge in organizations, bibliometric and framework-based systematic review of antecedents, outcome theories, methods, and future directions. So ADO is yet another one. So it is up to us. So what we have to do is we have to have a look at the review papers in case there are any in your research area. Then you decide upon yourself what would be best for you, and then have sample papers, and then it becomes very, very easy. Okay. So we have been discussing the importance of SLR. How do we go about doing SLR searching, keyword data extraction from different data sources? What are the different protocols? And then we move to preparing the review manuscript. What is the most important one? And these are the different examples. See, this is yet another model. What these days, since last 2 years, the trend has been combining both bibliometric and SLR papers, so that people can have an exhaustive view of how things are in this domain. Mhm. So this paper also has followed the TCCM framework. Research in this section, we focus on finding research gaps in existing literature and providing new avenues for future studies in the context of organizing whatever it is in your area. To attain this objective, TCCM framework has been used. Earlier studies have also used TCCM in this area. Or otherwise, you can say earlier reviews in this domain had not followed any appropriate framework for reporting the review. And hence, to fill this gap in existing literature, my study is this study adopts TCCM framework and reports the existing literature and suggests avenues for future research. Theories. What are the theories used? Mhm. In which context has been work has been doing, what are the different characteristics, what are the no, different variables, and in different context, from an, is it from an employee perspective, teacher's well-being, is it from a teacher's perspective, or is it from a student perspective? The teacher feels that, yeah, I am such a nice lady, and my students say that, oh my god, she's such a frustrated lady. I feel that I am so rude, but my students may tell that, she's such a nice teacher, she's so helpful. So from different perspectives, how the studies have been made. See, different theory, TCCM. So this is how you report. This particular theory has been used in all these studies. This theory has been used in these all studies. Methods, see, context, firm level, multi-level, different variables, but used by different authors. Research methods, case study, experimental. This, in this context, I would say that qualitative data analysis softwares will help us, will really help us. NVO, Max QDA, they are otherwise, not otherwise, we have to be as a researcher, we are expected to read the entire research papers without any doubt. But then again, we as human beings, we may have fatigue, we may things can go wrong. So what I can do is I can make use of different qualitative data analysis softwares for my review of literature. Okay, let it start. Meanwhile, let us see. So these are the different. I have just snipped and pasted from the same research paper. Okay. If there is anything you can ask, then we'll move on to AI tools for review of literature. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for the kind words. If you have anything, you can, of course, ask. If it is something that if you know, and also if you have something new to add, please post that also in the chat window. It will be helpful for all of us. Systematic review of literature is very interesting. It is time consuming. So please be patient with yourself when you do a systematic review of literature, because I was doing teachers education, teachers resilience. Then I found that, oh yes, I am the best person in this whole world to do an SLR. So I went off teacher well-being. Then I, after doing all the analysis, only I realized, oh my god, I forgot to put S also, plural also. I have to do the entire thing again. Then I get to know that yes, I forgot to include educator. Then I well hyphen being, I forgot that also. Then then I wrote the entire paper. Then I send it to submission. The very next moment comes the rejection, telling that you should not only include, because your research question is about teachers' general well-being. You should not just include the word well-being. You should include life satisfaction. You should include life satisfaction, life hyphen satisfaction. You should include happiness also. I know, things like that. You should include subjective well-being also. You get. I hope I'm making myself clear. So keyword strategy is something that we should spend so much time on. If that goes wrong, everything goes wrong. Usually we say in quantitative work, if the questionnaire goes wrong, everything goes wrong, because you have collected the wrong data. So your analysis has goes wrong. Analysis doesn't go wrong. Your result, the insights gained doesn't comply with the theory, because the question. Likewise, I would say in my personal perspective is, in this kind of bibliometric or SLR studies, keyword is everything, the core essence of it. So please be patient with yourself. Here, maybe Google Scholar can help us. We can go. Did my NVO get started? Yes, it got started. Before that, here we can make use of Google Scholar, teacher well-being, because that is something very me as a common man understand this. So I go through the headings, titles of the research paper: teacher well-being, teacher well-being, teacher well-being. I can just scroll through. Research doesn't happen in one day or 1 week or 1 month. We always improve well-being. Oh, there is a hyphen, so that becomes one of my keyword. Teacher, see, teacher apostrophe s. So you see, teachers apostrophe, and someone else can include teacher apostrophe s. That's his choice as an author. Teachers apostrophe s. So whatever keywords you find, copy paste it to an Excel, and then only here Google Scholar can help us. Keep self satisfied life different words can come up. Sorry. Okay, so please supply some mind on that. And yes, while analyzing this what we can do is, suppose these are some the research papers that we have downloaded. Hmm. Okay, I was working on review of literature. So these are the research papers. Say teacher well-being in rural, regional, and metropolitan schools, examining resources and demands across location. So that is one paper. Another paper is using the keyword strategy. Okay, using the keyword strategy that I employed from Scopus. This is just for sample. A systematic review of school-based positive psychology interventions to foster teacher well-being. Yet another. So like this, I have 25 papers. Right now, there are only 10 of them are there. So what I can do is I can go to NVivo. Okay, maybe we'll open a new file, new project. It's just creating a project. Mhm. So this interface has come. So what my task is to do the review of literature of these. Only 10 of them are here. Suppose 10 or 20, 25, 40 of them are there. The process remains the same. So I'll go to file and import all the files. So I'll import all the files. Import means bringing them to the platform. Okay. So all my files have been imported. I can just double click on that and it will appear here what we saw right now. Okay, teachers. So and then we start doing all the analysis. There is so much that qualitative data analysis softwares can help us with. Something to start with this, we didn't have enough time, and that's why I didn't ask you to install NVivo prior hand. So let me explore the keyword frequency of all the research papers. So all my papers. Okay. I'm going to just find the word frequency. So this is my word cloud. I'm just showing a glimpse of what can be done using software. As without this, what is the option? You read the entire thing and identify it. So these are the different. I hope you are able to see. Okay. So these are most commonly appearing keywords: well-being, school, teacher, teachers, leadership, research. Okay. So what we usually do is, all these years, I don't want these years to appear. So you will right click on them, add to stopword list. Just sit back and watch. Okay, I don't want the word research. Whatever journal. So whatever words I study, always remember, we can't do all this in 2 minutes or 5 minutes. But then again, the process is the same. I would then, after removing the keywords, I would rerun the search word count frequency again. Okay, fine. So let us start with, so like this is an iterative process. I again tell you, remember the word. Please be patient with yourself. So I see a word mindfulness here. I hope you are able to see. I see a word mindfulness here. So I'm going to search. When I right click here, run text search query for mindfulness. Okay, that's great. So mindfulness as a word comes in these 4 research papers. We have added only 10 files. That's why it appears only in 4 files. Had we had 85 files, I'm sure mindfulness as a word, a keyword will come in at least 25 or 30 of them. So mindfulness as a keyword has come here. Let me see. Then on the right side you have to see. Okay, so these are the research papers where mindfulness as a word has come. Okay. Okay, so what I will do is I will save this. I will save the results. Save criteria code. I will save this. So I'll just tell you what the process is. We are going. What we have done is we have searched for the most commonly appearing words, and we have generated a word cloud, and which will help us to have holistic sound or a broader perspective of what is it that research papers are talking about, and then we can remove the keyword unnecessary ones. Again, something very subjective, something that we have to be very careful about, because if we keep something, the results are based on that. If you remove something, the results will be based on that. So what we add, and so, like this is a qualitative research, systematic review of literature of secondary data, what has already been published. So whatever single small step we do, it will reflect in the outcome. It will reflect upon the research gaps or the themes or what, all those outcomes. So please be very careful of what you add in and what you take it from. Okay. Okay, so what we can do is we can save this as code. The name of the code mindfulness. That's a wrong spelling, but forget it. That's one kind of. Again, now I will go to word frequency. I would like to know what. Yes, I see a word called interventions. Let me remove teacher because it appears so much times. I have searched for teacher, so obviously teacher will be there. So let me see what is a teacher, what leadership has to do with teachers' well-being. So run text search. So 8 papers are talking about leadership, role of leadership. What is it that they're talking about? Teachers to take school leadership positions, institute of teacher and school leadership, influence of principal leadership and teacher collaboration, activated leadership in rural schools, challenges of rural teaching. This qualitative data analysis softwares are just data management softwares. We have to do. There is no way out of that AI coding is artificial intelligence, automatic coding is there, but that is no way related to the real content or the real themes that will be there. So please don't rush to AI coding and report your results based on that. And after you do the entire process manually, you can just use AI coding as a supplementary analysis to ensure that is there something new, is there something that I missed out. That's all. Please, all the qualitative data analysis softwares has this AI coding thing, but please, my personal experience and what I have heard from others is it is only 10 percentage real in nature. But of course it is helpful to for us to ensure that okay, I didn't miss oh, this was there, I missed it out. Only 10 percentage helpful it is for us when it comes to a very good SLR research papers. Okay. not just SLR, thematic, content analysis, whatever it is. So please don't rush with AI coding. So yes, this is how we proceed with. We can again say this as a new code. A new code would be leadership, role of leadership. Like this, we do the we do for all the research papers that we have in our systematic review of literature. All the 85 papers, all the 107 papers we have in our paper. So I know this will not be possible for us to see do everything. So I have already done one and saved for you. To save, no, I don't wish to save. We will wait. Well-being. Okay. So I would have loved to show you some outcomes, but I forgot. Where did I save it? A new open. Evaluation of review. This is the outcome. You get an outcome like this, where you have all the information, methodology, sample size, theories used. Please give me a moment. So these are my research papers, and these were my codes, the emotions, teacher, no experiences, further research gaps, what are the learnings, methodologies used, sample size, and based on this we can import. These are the it's 230. These are the outcomes that we can have from qualitative research data analysis softwares. And Vivo is just one example. You can make use of Max QDA, QDA Miner, Rapid Miner. Many are there. Just that they have different interfaces. That's all. Okay. Okay. So these are the different codes which I have coded. So in these research papers, teachers talk of emotions, learning, self-efficacy, stress. So I double click here, and I would see what are those research papers that talk of stress. See, I just have to double click on that. So methodology. When I click on methodology, I can see which are those research papers that I mentioned of methodology. See, there are many methodologies like quantitative, qualitative, experimental. Different research papers that talked about theory. 17 papers mentioned theory. All those. So, and here we can save everything and framework metrics. I know this is not easy for you, but I just want to show you how easy it can get. Columns, select all my codes. Okay. Okay. You can see here, they will create a matrix, which is very helpful for us. And you can download this. You can export this matrix. Why did we just save it? Okay, let us move on. Uh, okay, you just have to click here. This doesn't happen in a hurry. If you rush it, it will get hang. That's all. Yes. Okay. Anyway, you got a glimpse of what can be done using different qualitative analysis software. How these softwares can support with systematic review of literature. It makes things more easy for us, more easier to manage, more easier to report in theses and research papers. Okay, so whichever you like, free or paid, or whichever software you like, please give a try with at least one of it. Okay, it is really very helpful. And moving on to different AI tools for review of literature, there are a flood of AI tools that are helping with review of literature, and some of them are consensus, to each its own. So try as many as possible, and whichever one you like, you explore more of it. Uh, what causes less well-being among teachers? For beginners to start with, these questions they will give you answers and pointers to different research papers. But always remember, AI tools are not answers to any question, are not answers to our problems. They are just helping hands to reach you someplace, and it is we ourselves who have to walk through the entire process. So I asked for what causes less well-being among teachers, and these are the 5 highly relevant results and the research papers. Teaching is challenging and yet one of the most rewarding profession, but several factors correlate with stress, burnout, anxiety, and depression. Okay, so and this paper has appeared in this one, and that's a systematic review of literature paper, appeared in 2020-22, and the results showed positive association between teachers' well-being, job satisfaction, self-concept. Well, now I would like to synthesize it. Please give me a summary. Okay, there are not relevant results. Okay, what causes well-being among teachers? Consensus, many are there. So start with a broader question, and the AI tool will summarize the first top six papers for you. These studies suggest that teachers' well-being is influenced by their relationship with students, individual and systemic factors, and work-related process, as well as the management of stress and positive experiences. So that gives you a first line of your thought process, and then you start reading. So when someone wants to, we don't have a research question, we don't have a research problem, I don't know what my gap is, I don't know what my problem is. So there these tools will help you with different perspectives. Consensus is one. There are many are there. Elicit is something very helpful. Elicit.org, AI research assistant. By the time I'll say it opens, I think some my network has some issue. Let us try terms advocate. I have seen my friend doing this. Write a literature review on teachers' well-being, and we will think, oh my god, teachers' well-being, comprehensive review of literature. The introduction is here, dimension. The contributing factors. I'll just copy paste and to my Word document and then send it straight away to the editor. No, please don't do that. First thing is it is unethical to do that. Second thing is, the moment you submit it, the moment it will come back, because this is totally a plagiarism. We have a plagiarism softwares, plagiarism detection, plagiarism checkers, checking softwares are available, and if you copy paste this to that, you can find 100%. So there's no way this is going to help you. Okay, now I'm going to ask you the same question with write a review of literature on teachers well-being with references. Point, let me summarize. The point is ChatGPT gives you hallucinated false citations which are non-existent. Initially not these days they are coming up with more relevant or existing references, but initially all the references would be fake. So let us try this one. But these days, since last couple of weeks, some of them are true, but still most of them are false. There is no such citation. There is no such research paper. So this is one. So in the madam, are you telling me that you should not use ChatGPT? No, you should use all these AI tools to have an understanding of the framework. Dimensions of teachers well-being. Oh, I never thought of social well-being. Thank you for telling me that. Let me have a look at that. Then what are the contributing factors? From my review of literature, I always thought that it's the students who add this. It's a no managers, it's the HOD, it's the principals. I never thought that personal development career is one thing that adds to their. Thank you for telling me that. Yes, stress management, workload management. I always thought that yes, that will be very helpful. I never thought that development and training is a one aspect of teachers' well-being. Thank you for telling me that. And this is all ChatGPT or any other generative AI tool can help you with. Again, here you can ask a question. What are the interventions for effective teachers' well-being? There are so many tools for promoting teacher well-being. Elicit is one tool. All these are, you can just Google skies lit. Yes, one more thing we'll have, and then we'll stop. Please give me 2 minutes. Brainstorm what questions are, what are the interventions we can do. They will come up with different papers. There are scholarship. That's yet another scholarship. Please give a try with that, because it's an article summarization tool, scholarship. Please give a try with that. And there are many platforms like chat PDF. Here you can upload the PDF, and then they'll give you the summary. You can ask questions. What was the sample size? What is the sample size? What are the research gap? My net is slightly slow, that's why scholarship. And there is so many options for chat PDF. You can upload your research papers and ask what is the research gap limitations. So they will take you to that portion of limitations. Always remember that AI tools are here with a supporting role. Never rely on any AI tool, to give you answers. So you can upload the PDF. Many platforms are there where you can chat with the PDF on AI summary, all those things. Elicit, I think the server is down, that's why. Please give a try with Elicit and Scholarship. Chat PDF is yet another one. Many are there. Then there is some so many other. Okay, so you have, this is chat. This is our research paper. Some questions. What are the theories mentioned? I'll give you the theories. See, the PDF mentions several theories using consumer ethics. Like, these are the theories for me to ensure that I have not missed out any as a human being. Please do explore many of them, and most of them are paid after some point. But then again, it helps to give you an overview. And there is another set of software AI platforms like lit maps, research rabbit, and connected papers. All these all of them will help you with coming up with a graph, no visual graph with a seed paper. So you can ask for teachers well-being, so they will come up with a research paper. Connected papers. If I take more time, the next resource person will have trouble. Please explore them. Okay. Anyway, don't forget that they are just to offer a supporting role. Nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. Okay. So yes, with that we will conclude. We started our discussion with understanding what SLR is, systematic review of literature is. Of the 14 kinds of review of literature, systematic is one among them. So the word systematic, having a framework, having a protocol. What are those protocols? Prisma is one, SPAR 4 is one, and that's for data extraction. And for reporting, we have different protocols like TCCM and ADU. So please choose the best based on your domain, based on the research papers that have appeared in your domain. And always, it is advisable to make use of a qualitative analysis software, so that the process becomes more efficient and effective. And while publishing, make sure it is, don't just report randomly. Have a framework like TTCCM, have those figures, have those tables, so that the editor, so that the editor and the reviewers are impressed. And of course, please make use of AI tools. They help you have a no, some things that you might have overlooked, that something you thought was not important, some things that you didn't see. They do those algorithms, they scroll the entire text and give the results. So something that I missed as a human being, of course AI tools can support with that. And with that I will stop. Sorry for taking additional 4 5 minutes. I hope it doesn't disrupt the entire schedule. I hope I helped at least few of you with, I gave you confidence, uh, no, to give a start. Always remember there is a long way to go, but yes, it is worthwhile to do a systematic review of literature, even if you have not submitted your research thesis. Okay, because it gives you a lot of citations for many years to come. It's an investment for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much for your such a great presentation.
Uh,
Actually,
I'm
we
sorry. I know it's not comprehensive. I need some more time. That's why I'm really
yes,
sorry. I
yes,
had to rush through.
in such condition, it's very much informative, and we are very much grateful to have you with us for your such a great presentation. So we can feel your passion for teaching science shines throughout the session, throughout the presentation. So we are very much overwhelmed for your presentation, and our participant put their lots of positive comments and appreciation in our chat box.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
thank
all.
you for all of that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you
We are
so much,
very much
sir.
thankful to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. You put such a complex things in a simple manner, so that every participant of from our end get the confidence to start their work in SLR. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. I request all of you to please give a try with SLR. It's really worthwhile. It's really very interesting. Once again, thank you so much, sir, and all organizers for inviting me to this national platform. Thank you.
Thank you. So now this is the time to invite our next speaker, Dr. Archana Patnaik. She is an assistant professor at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences in Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Kharagpur. She is trained in rural sociology, and her uh, PhD through the NWO Fellowship from Rural Sociology Group, Wageningen University, Netherlands. During her training in rural sociology, she focused on community-based natural resource management and common studies. Some of her interests also lie in allied areas like environmental sociology, sociology of science and technology, and gender and technology. She works predominantly on agricultural practices, rural development, and food provisioning. However, she also acknowledges the rural urban continuum and focuses on the urban domain, broadening her research perspective. Recently, she has been working on cultural commons, civic food networks, smart cities. She has worked on various public funded projects and published her works in various international journals and edited books. She is interested in potential collaborations across different disciplines in allied areas. Thank you so much to join us, ma'am. The platform is yours. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sohail, for such a nice and warm welcome. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my experiences with scholars across disciplines and from different countries as well. So, the topic that we are going to discuss in this session is academic writing and publishing. And I'm sure the earlier session gave you a lot of idea about how we should pursue our research, and that too you were told about systematic literature review. But I'll just give you an overview about academic writing first. And as we all know and experience, writing basically forms the core of research journey. And believe me, I also have gone through it. It is the most difficult one. However, academic writing also is an important communication skill which researchers basically need to develop over a period of time, because that is essential for them to become a part of the research community. And also, to make the task easier, there are few steps, I would say, because it's a difficult task. So if you're starting to write, having understood the methods how to do it, then I would suggest all of you to start picturing like what story you want to communicate. That is the first and foremost thing. And with that, you also should start thinking about how. If this is the story that you want to say, then how should you tell the story to your audience? So if you start with this, like what and how, basically you will get much more clarity in your thought process, and which will ultimately get reflected in your writing. So, once you start the journey as a researcher, I'm sure, you must have heard about many myths from your peers, which are associated with academic writing. And you must have felt that, if these are the things that I need to develop academic writing, then probably, I'm not the one. The first myth, because we'll be bursting those myths, because it is important for all of you to know that these are not true, these are not facts. So the first thing that you get to know when you enter into this research platform is that there are strategies or steps to write a perfect article. Basically, it's a myth. You'd say that why am I talking about all this? Because you cannot really strategize. You cannot strategize that, okay, this is the thing that I'm going to do, and this is how I'll do. Because research, as we know, is a very dynamic process. In the beginning, you might be thinking about doing something with certain methods or certain theoretical perspective, but once you go to the field, things might change. So one thing that remains constant is that you need to have the dedication, and you need to be consistent in your efforts. So the strategy, I would say, is to have that dedication and continuously go on bringing out your best. And the second myth that we all hear is that writing is an end. Once you write, scholars think that I have written this piece and this is the end of it, I have achieved everything, and this is the perfect one, this is the one that I'm going to submit, so this is an end. Writing basically is not an end. It's a myth. Writing is a process. You need to develop it over a period of time. And you might have seen that when you start writing, changes can happen while you are writing. At the same time, you might find that even after you have submitted your draft to a journal article, to a journal, it might come with certain reviews, and then again, you might have to modify your draft or the article accordingly. So in that case, you cannot say that writing is an end. I have finished writing, this is what I could do the best with it, because there can be many ways of interpreting a writing or an article. And again, with these changes, sometimes if you take the changes into consideration that the reviewers suggest, your writing or your article becomes quite polished. So never consider that this is the end. Once I've submitted, that is it, or I cannot do better than it, and this is what I can do the best. The third myth that we all have when we join the research domain is that we can have a perfect draft. Right? Perfect draft is a myth. I can say that we can have a good draft after again several edits, changes, but having a perfect draft is a myth. Even you go back to various journals and try to read a published paper, you can even find flaws with them. You they can be criticized, there might be gaps, there might be some problems with them. So how do we then tell that this is the draft that are published a perfect draft? So none of the drafts are perfect, and you should not also wait for the perfect draft. I keep on telling my students, my peers, that you have to start. You can't just sit and think that I will write a draft tomorrow, I'll do it when I have everything with me. So just start the process. Writing is a process, and you'll definitely get there through practice. Again, something we also hear is that people are born with writing skills. You have to be born with it. This is a capability that you have as with your birth. It's hereditary, nothing can be done regarding it. This is also a complete myth, and I'm sure all of us know about it. And even if you fail in the beginning, you should not feel that this is something that I was not born with, or this is not my cup of tea, and I don't have these skills. No, that is not correct. No one is born to be a writer. You just start developing that skill, harnessing it, and few rejections or few rejected paper do not mean that you cannot write, or you do not have that aptitude within yourself. Similarly, the other myth that we come across in academic writing, some of you might heard about it, is the right format, or the 5 paragraph rule, which includes introduction, 3 supporting paragraphs, and a conclusion. But you have to always check that if this format applies to you or your writing, because a lot of the time we all know that how we write, how we present our research and findings, a lot of the time it depends on what our objectives are. So this 5 paragraph rule might not hold true for all of you, or many of us as well. The last thing that we also hear as academicians or researcher is that grammar is the essence of perfect writing, right? But I would say that writing is more than grammar. Grammar does play an important role, definitely, because that is the essence of your writing. But if you don't have arguments, if you don't have critical thinking that is reflected in the paper, or even if you think that you have presented a very nicely articulated paper, which is grammatically correct, but again does not have an argument or critical thinking, then it will not help you to get published, because for publication we need articles or papers that reflect critical thinking, have argument and substance within it, apart from grammars as well. So, having said that, I have found many times, that scholars can reflect much better when they talk, as they can express themselves, for example, like through bodily gestures, facial expression. And the most importantly, I feel that they can create that kind of environment and connect to it, and make the talk quite conducive, which also gives the onlookers an idea about the context. However, when we start writing, then what happens is that we have to communicate our feelings first by setting the context, right? And then through the use of right words with proper punctuations, we have to convey the same meaning that we want to convey to our readers. And at times, I think it can be very challenging because compared to speaking, where we get to see the bodily gestures, expression along with words, which makes speaking quite interactive and enjoyable, writing becomes quite dull and boring in that sense, right? Because we write on a white paper with typed black letters, and they do not even appear so fascinating as well. So hence, you have to tailor those words and letters in such a way that they do the speaking task, right? So researcher basically have to keep in mind that when they're writing, there should be a social context, a physical and the cultural context as well to the writing, right? And there has to be a purpose. You have to influence certain kind of people through your writing. You have to interpret the data, and above all, you have to convince the readers of the arguments that are made in the paper. So, having said all that, given you a background about, what you can expect being researchers, what should be our first step to writing? And I'm sure many of you have gone through this, so you're well aware that the first step for writing is to find the right research materials or to read or to refer. And here, one of the challenging tasks is to find them from the best possible sources, because we as researchers at time, we just adopt quick and easy means to acquire the material. And at times we just do a Google search, or we also refer to Wikipedia. However, I would suggest that these are not the best sources, these are not reliable. So, to make your writing quite academic in nature, you have to refer to the best resources. And for best resources, the places that we look up to are libraries, definitely. And you get books there, you get journals and also periodicals. However, online database can also be used to gather resources, as through these resources one needs to find the gap of his or her study, or tries to research the gap. So here, online database can also be used. And collecting and referring to quality academic texts, through that again framing the argument, basically will form the core of your writing. So if you're referring to not standardized academic texts, and you are referring to something that has been published online, again not peer reviewed, from not from peer reviewed journals, then you fail to develop those kinds of critical argument, critical thinking, and critical reflection, which again are the core of academic writing. And not only this helps you to develop and build your argument in a proper way, this also helps you get established as as a researcher, because it helps you get situated within the larger academic world, because the words, the concepts, the language, the discourses, the paradigms that you'll be using will be from these quality texts, and they would reflect the kind of rigor you as a researcher has projected in that way. So, let us assume that we have collected the literature from the right sources. Then the next step that comes in academic writing is that you have to start comprehending the text, right? And here, again, while comprehending a text, one should read very closely and think critically about the research. One should be very cautious about presenting the facts and not the opinions. Here, sometimes, I find that being again, we as human beings being situated in a cultural, socio-cultural context, we sometimes have our opinion, our own judgment, our values that are associated with us. And at times, we fail to differentiate between an objective research and our subjective feelings. This is something that we should always keep in mind. We always have to, as researchers, represent fact. We should be objective while pursuing our research, and in that case we should refrain from exhibiting any kind of opinion that we have, which can be subjective. Like being researcher, we should be objective in our approach, and at the same time must avoid assumptions and bias statements, which can again lead our research being called not an objective research, not a critical research. So academic writing in that way, when you are comprehending a text, you have to ensure that it's value free, it's reliable, and reflects on unbiased data. At the same time, when I could get a chance to hear what our earlier speaker was discussing with you, and I think she rightly mentioned that you can also use a lot of softwares and AI tools to find or comprehend these texts. But I personally would suggest that when you as a researcher are beginning your journey as a researcher, you're a PhD student, it's always better to go through the text yourself than using these tools, because if you have not developed this critical thinking by reading or reflecting on the text, then things might become very difficult when you start writing the article and framing the arguments. We'll discuss more about it, but before that, what is also important dimension to writing is understanding the key disciplinary concepts. This is very important because if you reflect on the disciplinary concepts, these situate you as a researcher within the academic community, and again it forms the core of writing. So once a researcher is aware of the key disciplinary concepts, then he or she has to find meaningful pattern. Once you know that, okay, these are the concept that I have to follow, then you can find meaningful pattern among the text, and also you can situate the new text that you come up with by understanding or critically reflecting on these concepts and ideas. You can situate the new text in the larger discourse, and as researchers, your aim is then to support a claim and form an argument. So again, I'm talking about an argument. So I'm not sure if this has been reflected upon, but let me quickly tell you what an argument is. So basically, here you have to convince your readers of the story you want to tell them, and hence you have to carefully arrange and support the viewpoints that you are presenting. For example, if you want to understand the effects of a policy on a farmer or on a group of farmers, then you have to objectively collect the data and then only establish the fact, which we were discussing earlier. So here you have to refrain from giving your own personal opinion. Like, for example, if you think that the policy that the government has recently brought in is good or bad for the farmers, so you should not go on giving your opinions for the same research. Rather, you have to build your perspective through evidences, and these evidences come from the collected data that you gather from your field, the review of literature that you have done. So these only can help you, convince your readers that, if you're establishing the fact that this policy is good, if they should agree with you or not. Or if you're saying that this policy is bad, then they can accept that or not. So here, it's like all the time, it's like, defending your case in the court. For example, imagine a courtroom and you are a lawyer and you have to defend a party. And there, the court only accepts, as we all know, evidence based arguments. Whatever you feel like, you might feel the party that you are defending is not guilty, but at the same time, if you assume things and you do not present evidences, then the court is not going to agree with the statements that you're making, with the argument that you're making. Similarly, if in writing, your readers, you should think as judges, and you should always decide whether the way you presented your case had sufficient evidences. And again, if you have given sufficient evidences, and with that you have built your argument, then it will convince your readers that the argument is valid and they should accept it. Otherwise, if you do not follow the steps, you do not provide proper evidences, you just provide opinions, uh, not the facts, then there is a high chance that the piece that you have written, the article that you have presented, will not be accepted by your readers and might get rejected as well. So, having said all this, we come to a stage where, or a part where you have to build your analysis, right? And here again, let me just caution you that analysis is not summarizing. A lot of the time when we tell our students, please, do the analysis and get back to us, what we often find is a summary of the entire data that they have gathered. So here, the first thing that you should keep in mind to avoid summarizing the data is that you should seek to ask why and how questions, not what. Not what the author said, but why the author said this. Why did he or she argue like this? How did he or she come to this conclusion? So if you go on asking this why and how questions, then you are analyzing the text. So in an analysis, we would say that you break a subject apart to study it closely, and from this, you start inspecting on it, and ideas for writing also emerge through that. So, once we understood this entire process, there are also few important characteristics that we should be aware of when we are engaging in writing or critical writing. For example, in academic writing, writers have to exhibit that they are persistent in their inquiry. And when they're persistent, they're also at the same time quite open minded and disciplined in the study. So this will help you to reason your arguments, right? And findings that you have got, than expressing something due to your personal or emotional biases. So you should go to the field, you should collect the data, or do the review of literature based on being objective in nature, not subjective. In this case, if you are objective, then the findings would become value neutral and not value loaded, and make that piece an academic writing than an opinion, which we often say. So, further, critical writing should also present an argument. Hence, we say that it should be argumentative in nature. In that sense, it's not that you start saying that this author did not do it rightly, this author did it correctly, I'm not agreeing with this, I do not agree with that. But at least when you are trying to build an argument, what you do is also follow a systematic reasoning. Why you are saying that you do not agree with certain scholars, or why do you say that you agree with other scholars. So this is something that should be reflected in a critical writing. Again, critical writing should be interpretative. We as social scientists, basically, we do not arrive at universal truth, which we all know. Rather, we aim to explain or understand the meaning of situation, and that is why we interpret. What is the situation? We start interpreting them. So it's not about establishing the universal truth, rather explaining or trying to understand the situation. Again, critical writing should be organized, because a writing should always have a structure. It cannot be structureless. Like, for example, we all know that an article should have introduction, and then there should be a body to the article, and then a conclusion follows. So it cannot be an unorganized effort. Rather, you have to organize your effort in the way that you introduce your readers to the subject, and then you start, with explaining them what methods you took, what theory you adopted, how you analyzed the data, and then go to a conclusion. So it should be following a proper, organized manner. Um, then another characteristics of critical writing is that you should first assert or state a fact and then support it using text. So when you write, you should start with this format. I'm sure more of it might have been covered in the earlier sessions as well, so I'm not going to discuss this in detail. um, but also other important points that we must remember when we do critical writing is that we always state the document and its sources, right? As we discussed earlier, we need to assert and then support, and we do this. How do we support is by providing the references to the text mentioned. And I'm sure many of you must have heard that stand on the shoulders of the giant. So here, we do that by referring to the existing research in the field and by citing scholars, so that, whatever statement you have cited or whatever facts you are presenting, you are saying that, this is a fact because I borrow from XYZ and they have already done the research and this is the conclusion. So I derive from them. So providing references also gives credibility to what statements you are making. And again, it further helps you to build your arguments. So, this is a process that you get into and slowly develop. Of course, all these steps might be very difficult to implement in the first go, but I'm sure if you make conscious efforts as a researcher that I should not be doing this, I should be doing this while you're writing, then it makes the task of writing quite easy and quite flawless as well. The last thing that also I want to emphasize when you are writing or when you start writing your article is that it should be grammatically correct, right? Grammar does play an important role in providing the essence to our writing. And again, whichever language you are using to write the piece or the article, we should always aim or be very careful with grammar so that our article provides clarity in thought. We all know that, or we have already discussed how important it is to present the facts or the data with clarity to our readers. Otherwise, it will not give them the proper sense with which we want to convince them. So in that case, if you are writing a piece which is not grammatically correct, that also disrupts the flow of the article, makes your reader not get connected with your piece, and a lot of problems also arise if your article is not grammatically correct. So, having discussed about the critical writing, I'm sure, we all know there are many challenges we all face before we start to write. And the first challenge that we as researchers face is to find a topic to work on, right? The research topic that we would really want to investigate. However, the easy task would be to first identify a broad research topic, and as we say, then apply a funnel approach, right? So gradually proceed from the broad research topic to identifying the literature in the field, from the literature, to the gaps, then the objective. So it's a gradual process, and you start with broad ideas, then you narrow it down to few objectives. However, again, I know that identifying the broad research topic and then the gap and pursuing towards it can be quite time consuming and at the same time quite stressful. So, as our earlier speaker was rightly mentioning it again and again, have patience and you'll reach there. So, anyways, after identifying the broad research topic, once the gap is identified, then again, students or scholars or researchers might face challenges in developing the critical thinking, because it is about critically reflecting on the research. And trust me, it is a gradual process. And once you start, you will definitely develop it over time, by reflecting, questioning, and pursuing it. But you have to make conscious efforts towards it. And that is why in the beginning, when I was cautioning you that I would suggest or highly recommend all of you to go through the text. This is because, once you start reading the text, you actually get to reflect on the text. You get to question the ideas that the author is putting forth. And again, you start, pursuing that, okay, why has he agreed with this, or why did she not agree with this, right? So this helps you in developing the critical thinking rather than, getting the summary from the AI tool. Finally, I'm sure, again, I can say for myself, when I was also a scholar or researcher, I also had difficulty in framing arguments, right? And I also did not know how to do it. How does I was very curious to know how, I submit a draft to my promoter and he gets back to me with some ideas that, I could not think about, or certain arguments that I never thought about. So, I was very fascinated with that. But, remember that practice makes writing better and better. And practice also makes you, or helps you train as a researcher and efficient in writing. So, framing arguments might be difficult in the beginning, but I'm sure, if you start practicing towards it, and again, as I said, make a conscious effort towards it, you will definitely reach a point where you can start framing your arguments. Because I often remember, I'm sure all of us remember how when we were kids, how we learned to ride a bicycle, right? And I remember, I did it first by taking the support of my parents or my friends. They would hold my bicycle and I would start or try to balance it in certain ways. And then, at some point of time, I would say that, okay, from now on, I can ride it on my own. Let me, try it on my own. And that stage, I also remember that a lot of the time I did fall off from the bicycle. I did get hurt. But again, we start and try again, right? So, this is something also I often tell my students, that writing is a task like riding a bicycle. We can all help you learn it, but ultimately, it is you who has to practice it, and you have to ride it on your own. So despite of taking all these lectures or listening to these talks, if you do not make a conscious effort from yourself as a researcher, it will be difficult for you to develop critical thinking and framing argument. Hence, I strongly suggest, practice, because practice is the key to overcome all the challenges of writing, and we know of many other things as well. So, now before we write, the last thing that we must all keep in mind, that who are audiences, for whom are we writing? Are they the academicians? Are they the policymakers, or is it the students that are going to read it as a text? So we should understand who our audience is first. The second is that what is the occasion or the context of the article? Where is it set in? That is something that is also very important. Because again, when we send our articles for publication, we all know we have written it in a specific context, in a specific background, or a specific geographical location as well. But if we don't reflect on that when we send it across, then others might have difficulty in following it. So you have to understand the context in a proper way. And again, something that is very important is that you should always keep in mind that what is your message through this article, what additional arguments you want to add, or what are the discourses you would support, or are you going for a paradigm change or shift? Something that should always be in the back of your mind. And what is your purpose? Is your purpose to reach the larger audience, or create documents that would help policymakers? Because again, if you understand this, your writing should be in that way, reflecting on those purposes. Further, you should also keep in mind that what documents or genres you have used, so that you can situate your work in the larger discourse. And as I said earlier, this will only help you to establish yourself in the larger academic domain, or in your own specific areas. So, now having discussed all about writing, what we should keep in mind, or, how we should start, or what should be our conscious effort. Now, let us briefly understand the process of publication. Now, in order to do that, let us first reflect on different types of academic papers that you might come across. I will just reflect on few of the common types of academic papers that you can use for publication. The first is the original research paper, which we all know. Some of you might have also published as well. So here, what happens is that you prepare an article based on empirical data, and again, that derives its finding from the field work or through experiments. And then you follow a definite structure where there is an introduction, as we discussed earlier. There will be methods, result, discussion, and conclusion. So, this is what an original paper should contain. The second type of paper that you can also write is a review paper. Review paper, these are articles that are based on basically secondary sources. Here you draw from books, articles, or published literature to again expand on the existing knowledge. The third form of academic paper would be book reviews, that you can get published. Here, basically, what we do is one specific book is discussed in detail by the author, and then it is sent to the journal for publishing. But before doing that, I would like to caution you that please check the journal website for any information on any specific book that they want the researcher to review, because generally book reviews that are published by journals are often by invitation. So you have to be very careful. So if you're planning a book review, also if you do not find that there is an update from the journal website, then do write to the editors and find out that if they would be interested in the kind of book review that you're going to do. Otherwise, you'd be wasting a lot of your time in first carrying on the book review and then not finding the journals to publish it. So please, keep this in mind when you're thinking about book reviews. The last, type or common type of academic paper would be a methodology paper. So these articles basically describe about application of various methods for certain research, or report on some innovative research methods. Sage recently has, or maybe some time back, they have, one journal at least, where they or they publish case based studies, where you just highlight the method that you have used for your study. So these methods, these papers are also possible. You can also write like this and get published in some journals. So, okay, now we know that how to write a paper. Maybe we have also written a paper. So then, you want to come to a situation, or you have come to a situation where you want to send your paper to a journal to get published, right? So here, then what should you do? How do we decide which journal to send our paper to? So the first step that we should all keep in mind is we should check the scope of the paper and the scope of the journal. They should be aligned with each other. Many of us, we get fascinated by saying that, this journal is very good, there's a high impact factor, I should send my article there. But be careful about it, because there can be a lot of desk rejection based on if your paper does not match with the scope of the journal. And I'm not sure how many of you have faced this, but sometimes you get, or you submit a paper in a journal and you get a note from the editor that the paper is not within the scope of our journal, so sorry, we cannot publish it. Hence, I would highly recommend all of you, or suggest all of you, to wisely select the journal, as you may be wasting your time in sending your articles to journal where it does not fit in and will not get published anytime soon. At the same time, another important point when you also look into the scope of the journal is, you also want to know your audience, right? Because if you are writing an article, it is for readers to read and scholars to reflect on. So you should also look into what kind of audience you want to reach, or who would be interested in your work. And in that case, you should also see that they should be from your area of expertise. And that is why choosing the right journal will also help you in getting citations and recognition within the area of your research. The second most important thing that we also hear a lot, at least nowadays, is the impact factor, right? IF. So this impact factor, I'm sure a lot of you know about it. Just to give you an idea, this is a metric that has been used most frequently, and it is the average number of citations that of an article or a proceeding or a review published in a journal, and it is done for the last 2 years generally. It is published mostly in the Journal Citation Report, or JCRs, and this metric is published on an annual basis and can be often found on the websites of the journal. Similarly, we also find a 5-year impact factor, which is also measured to assess the journal's metric, and hence this determines also to a greater extent how good a journal is in terms of reachability and popularity within the area. So you should all make a conscious effort to first select the journal according to the scope, and also at the same time you should also look into the impact factor, because at the end of the day, we all know now everyone is talking about impact factor, citation, and how many downloads. So these all will depend on the kind of journal that you choose for your work. So having said that, where should one look for getting authentic metrics for the journal? I'm sure many of you must have seen that various journal on their website also start or state at least the kind of metrics that they have. But this might be very misleading at times, because I have found myself that sometimes you find journals stating that we have 17 impact, we have 20, we have 50. And in social sciences, trust me, it's very difficult. I'm not sure if you can get a double digit, this impact factor. So in that case, please, ensure or check the journal citation report, or at least engine factor, schemago journal ranking, Google Scholar metrics. These basically provide you with authentic data on the metrics, though you might find that there might be a difference in slight difference in the impact factor that they state of the same journal, but it would not be very drastic. And this is something that is globally accepted, not accepted as just the journal states it, but globally this has been accepted. um, so now, having said all this, you can also look into Scopus Index journals, as nowadays a lot of the universities and institute, they ask you to publish in basically Scopus Index journals only. So Scopus is an Elsevier's abstract and citation database, and once you visit the Scopus website, you'll find the screen. I've taken a screenshot of the journal website, and you'll find something that is reflected on the PPT to be coming up. So the next thing that you can do is you can select the subject area first, and then select the broad subject. Like for example, if you want to look into social sciences or psychology or economics, and these are the broad subject areas, and underneath that you'll again find sub areas listed under them.
For example, if I select social sciences, then I'll get sub areas, for example, like anthropology, communication, cultural studies, gender studies, sociology, political science, and others as well. So here, for our understanding, I have selected gender studies. And then again, if you select that, you'll find some results for your search. And again, if you see to the left hand side, you'll find that there are further criterias or for filtering out your search as well. Like if you would want to know that within these gender studies, how many journals are open source journal, or if you want to know what is the quartile of a journal, if it is a quartile 1, quartile 2, or quartile 3 journal, or if you want to look into the specific type of publication, like the data that you are seeing, are they journals, are they book series, or conference proceeding, or others. So this is how basically you do a simple search on the Scopus website to find the journals that you would like to publish in. And again, as I have stated earlier, look into the scope. Please visit the journal website, look into their scope, what kind of articles they're interested in. And for example, if you're doing a systematic literature review, as you were as I get to know, you got an idea in the earlier session, just check if the journal would like to publish a work that is based on systematic literature review, or they are journals which just focus on empirical data. Again, you have to also look into if a journal publishes only quantitative data, or they publish quantitative as well as qualitative data. So all of this should go into your filter while you are looking for journals to send your papers to get published. Having after selecting the journal, then what should be the next step? So once you know that this is the journal I want to publish, once you have match the scope of the journal with your paper scope, the first thing that you should do is create a user ID for the journal. A lot of the time it happens also, sometimes if you have submitted your paper to the same journal, you already have a user ID, then you do not have to register. But in case you have not done that, you have to register a new user ID. And then the second step that you should follow is check the requirement of the journal. And again, once you check the requirement, as we discussed earlier, you should know that if they follow a certain format. For example, a lot of the journals, they follow APA style, some of them follow MLA style, some of them follow Chicago style. So what is the style of referencing that the journal follows, and again, what is the style, or what is the format that they follow? Is there a specific format that you need to follow? Because some journals want you to even go for numerical subheadings, number the subheadings as well. Some of them do not want you to do that. So just check the format. Every journal is different from each other in the kind of requirements they want and the format they follow. So once you have checked all these boxes, the last thing that you would do is submit your article, which is again the aim of all the researchers, to submit the articles and get published. But again, there are few things that I must caution you, that some journals, especially if you see they are quartile 1 journals, they go and go through an additional check. They're the editors as review your paper as well. So generally, all the papers that are submitted to the journal, they go through the editorial check definitely. But for quartile 1 and quartile 2 journal, there is an additional check where there are chances of desk rejection. I'm not sure how many of you know about it, but sometimes you send, as I said, you send a paper to a journal, and if the scope of the journal, if your paper is not within the scope of the journal, it might get desk rejection. Second, it can also happen that if it again is a quartile 1 or 2 journal, quartile 2 journal, that the editors would go through your paper, and then they might give you a desk rejection, stating that this is not something that we are looking for, or the methodology is not that is are not at a line with our journal. So this can be a desk rejection, which means that the paper never went under the or went to the reviewers for their review. It was rejected at the journal itself, or inside, or when you have submitted your journal, it was within the journal that was rejected. It never went out of the journal. So again, I would say that don't be disheartened. This is a part and parcel of everyone's life. Sometimes you get rejection, but maybe you take a break for 5 days, 10 days, get over it, and then again, you know you should next thing that you should do is find another journal and start the process again. Again, as I said earlier, you should always keep in mind that however you have formatted the paper, if you're going to submit it in another journal, again it will have specific requirements. So again, you have to tailor make it, change it. The word limits vary, among journals. Check if you meet all those requirements or not, and again, you have to do this process and then submit it to the journal. So this is a process that would go on till you get some reviews, work on it, and again resubmit it for the journal to accept it. So with this, I would wish you all the best for writing, and I hope all of you get published soon. And if some of you have already published, publish in better quartile journals. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yeah.
Shoma?
Yes,
Hello.
I cannot hear you properly. Yeah.
Oh,
You are not audible, sir.
yes. Okay, Shoma, carry on, please.
I think he is facing some problem.
On
I
behalf of
think
me,
he's
Shoma
facing
will
some.
give the vote of thanks to ma'am.
I think he's facing some problem now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had some questions, ma'am. I'll just very quickly take up one.
Sure.
It's by Moushumi Sharkar. Ma'am, kindly discuss about a specific criteria to be maintained for the publication in Scopus Index Journal, and how can we approach for the purpose? I think it's a very general question. So,
Yeah. Thank you, Mosmi. And as I have been discussing, the most important thing is that you maintain the quality of the article and for publication, because Scopus Index Journal, as I discussed, they are very rigorous in checking if your theory, if your method, if the conclusions and analysis are aligned or not. So the first thing that you should keep in mind, as I have been discussing, is that the critical thinking that gets reflected in your paper, the arguments that you make are just, and again, selecting the right theory along with the method would play a very critical role if you want to publish in Scopus Index Journal. So, there is no easy way out, as I was telling. So keep on, practicing, and I'm sure, you can always do it. But yes, it involves a lot of rigor. So if you are planning for sending your papers to Scopus Index Journal, please, follow that rigor in your article.
thank you so much, ma'am. We were very fortunate to witness a wonderful deliberation today on the topic of academic writing and publishing in Scopus Index journals. Ma'am provided us with invaluable insights into the intricacies of crafting scholarly articles and successfully navigating the world of Scopus indexed journals. Your presentation was a beacon of clarity and guidance, and you demystified the often daunting process of academic writing and breaking it down to into manageable steps. And your emphasis on structuring research papers, choosing the right journals, were both enlightening and empowering for all of us. And I can see lots of praises from the participants, and that also testified our praise. Yeah. So thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, the dignitaries, and esteemed participants, as we draw the curtains on this enlightening conference, I now invite Dr. L. George Stephen, Organizing Joint Secretary, to formally deliver the vote of thanks. I think Sir has disconnected. Participants, kindly just stay with us for a moment.
I'm trying to connect.
Okay, sir. You are audible now.
Oh, okay. Sir, please come in the platform, sir. We are waiting for you. Hello, ma'am.
Actually, it was this side only.
Yeah. Okay, sir is there.
Yeah. Sir, you are muted, sir.
No.
Sir, your microphone is muted, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, good evening, sir. Shall I start?
Yes, sir. Please.
Good evening to one and all present for this online international conference on multidisciplinary research 2.0 organized by Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University and Dakshindi Nagpur B.Ed and D.Ed College, West Bengal. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You
Am I
are.
audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you. First and foremost, I very sincerely thank with flowery words our chief patrons and co-patron, namely our very respected Professor P. Nadesan, Vice Chancellor Subcommittee Member TNTU, and the most respected and Mr. Musammal Haq, the Secretary, Dakshindi Nagpur B.Ed D.Ed College, and our very distinguished Professor P.C. Nagasubramanian sir, the Registrar of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, Chennai, our learned Professor Dr. Pavan Kumar, Principal, Dakshindi Nagpur B.Ed D.Ed College, and our dynamic Professor and Controller of Examinations of TNTU, Professor B. Ganesan, for their ceaseless efforts to bring out this international conference a very grand success. Thank you all, sirs, for your sincere contributions and greater efforts.
Bolo. Ki?
Again, in order, I very sincerely thank our eminent Professor P. Ganesan sir for delivering a befitting inaugural address. Sir, thank you, sir. Then, I wholeheartedly thank Dr. Sohel Rana Sarkar for delivering an appropriate welcome address. So thank you, sir. Next in turn, I'm really hard up for words to voice my thanks at this juncture to Professor P.C. Nagasubramanian sir, the present Registrar of TNTU Chennai, for taking strenuous efforts to bring out this international conference and for delivering a beautiful presidential address too in his own casual style. Thank you, sir. Sir, one more thing, sir. Besides, with all your responsibilities as a registrar, you have done a lot for this conference. Thank you, sir. Next in order, I, with utmost sincerity, thank Professor Suresh Kumar Sharma, who spoke meticulously about the structured and non-structured and then categorical data, and also about nominal and rating scale with ordinal scale, and also you spoke nicely about measurement scale, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for a wonderful speech, sir. Next, I thank Dr. Arijit Karati, who spoke on very finely about the artificial intelligence and technology in research very nicely. Sir, it was really a wonderful new paradigms. You also spoke in depth about the use of artificial intelligence in transportation, signals, in manufacturing, and also in solving the problems of humans by using robo. Sir, your speech on Internet of Things, on cell phones, vehicles, and smartphones were very nice. Thank you, sir. Next in order, I thank Dr. N. Nimitta Abubekar for the beautiful deliberation on the systematic literature review and artificial intelligence applications. Madam, your message and information were flawless and very neat, and it is very useful for the PhD scholars, madam. In fact, you very nicely differentiated between the ordinary review of literature and systematic literature, and the use of systematic literature in research in a very systematic way. Thank you, madam, for a good presentation. I wholeheartedly thank Dr. Archana Patnoik for sharing her profound knowledge on academic writing and publishing in Scopus Index journals, which is very significant in the current scenario of research. Madam, your deliberation was very nice and it will be very useful for the PhD scholars. Next, I thank very sincerely Dr. Soumya Mohan, who is going to introduce all the chairpersons to this elite audience, to this elite gathering, and to the paper presenters too. Thank you, madam, for a good gesture of introducing. I very profoundly thank all the resource persons who are all going to chair the sessions of this international conference with their great expertise. Thank you, sirs. Next in order, I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizing secretaries again, Professor P.C. Nagasubramanian sir and Dr. Soumya Mohan Ghosh, then the chair, Professor M.D. Akshan Habib from Dhaka University, Bangladesh, then the convener, Dr. Nagasubramanian sir, co-convener Dr. Sohel Rana Sarkar, and Mr. Akbar Rahman Sarkar for their great contributions towards this conference. I, with utmost sincerity, thank the coordinators, Dr. V. Sharmila, Assistant Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, and Dr. Ashish Datta and Mr. Janima Panda for their selfless service to this international conference success. I again wholeheartedly thank the organizers, the joint secretaries, Dr. A. Magalingam, Assistant Professor, Dr. M. Muthamichelvan, Assistant Professor, Dr. P. Jagannathan, Assistant Professor, Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University, for rendering their selfless service to the success of the conference. I will fail definitely in my duty if I don't thank the distinguished members of the organizing committee and the advisory board and the beloved scholars of both the institutions, because they are the pillars of this international conference. I very sincerely thank all the participants and the paper presenters too. So with this, I'm closing my vote of thanks. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we conclude the plenary sessions and we will move towards the technical sessions where our participants will present their researches. And our chairpersons for the sessions are Dr. Sanjeev Sharma, Associate Professor, School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Professor Dr. Siddhartha Mitro, Professor, Department of Economics, Jadavpur University, Dr. Ananthula Raghu, Assistant Professor in Education, CIA, University of Delhi, Dr. Faizanur Rahman, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Law, Jamia Millia Islamia University, Dr. Garima Gupta, Associate Professor, Department of English, University of Jammu, Professor Dr. Manovendra Mukhopadhyay, Professor, Department of Bengali, Vishwabharati University, Dr. K. Shailila, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Annamalai University, Dr. Muhammad Rahat Hassan, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Aligarh Muslim University, Dr. Bharma Priyadarshini, Assistant Professor, Department of History, North Bengal University, Dr. Giresh Kumar TK, Assistant Professor, Department of Library and Information Sciences, Benares Hindu University, Dr. Lipsy John L., Assistant Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Vishwabharati University, Dr. Gulam Rasul Bhatt, Assistant Professor, Department of Coastal Disaster Management, Pondicherry University, Port Blair Campus, and Dr. Vaishali Majumdar, Assistant Professor, Department of Philosophy, Kuch Bihar Panchanan Barma University. Participants are requested to join the sessions. So thank you one and all. With this, we close the conference. Thank you.